and welcome to the Bitcoin Takeover podcast. This is season 17, episode 33. We are live with Joël Valenzuela, a man who practices what he preaches, someone who really lives without banks and uses cryptocurrency payments everywhere he can, and cash locally and whatever. He is a master of the inconvenience of the fact that you find workarounds for something which is as basic as tapping your card. He's gonna be like, no, let me do this and go to the ATM, get some cash, buy some gift cards, and then I'll be back. And he's also one of the leading figures in the Dash cryptocurrency project, which was always sort of a mystery to me because I don't quite get it, but I guess that's why he is here to explain it to me. And this episode is sponsored by Brains Hash Power and Orange Rock, Layer 2 Labs, SideShift.ai, and Cake Wallet. It's really good to have you, Joël.
Yeah, thanks for having me, of course. All mysteries shall be revealed in time. I'm just posting the live stream on X because, by the way, when did you get the actual Vlad Costea name and you got rid of the, because you were the Vlad Costea?
Yeah, that's actually an interesting story. It happened earlier this year, I think in January, when I got my Premium Plus account and I was able to solicit a handle that's not active, I guess, because someone took this. When I registered my account, I think it was in 2012, if I'm not mistaken, I realized that my name was already taken, so I could either add a number to my name or I just wanted to put like I'm the guy, like nobody else can have my name or whatever.
Yeah,
And
the one, the only.
it was always too long, or I felt like I could shorten it, and I was jealous at people who have like a very short account name. I was like, oh, 4 letters or 3 letters, like that's so cool. I'll never get access to that. At Vlad, I think, is taken by Vlad Tenev from Robinhood. I don't think I'll ever get that. Vlad C is taken by someone else. Vlad COS is taken by someone else. And I was like, okay, I'll just get my full name. It was taken by someone who hadn't been active since 2010 or something. So I don't think it caused any inconvenience. But the inconvenience that it will cause from now on is that I have to constantly pay Twitter like $40 a month to be able to keep my handle.
Wow, why is that?
Because that's the Premium Plus account. So as soon as I unsubscribe, I'm gonna go back to the Vlad Costea, which was the original screen name.
I mean, not to give the secret sauce away, I have a Premium Plus as well, but I did that for more, account related benefits and the boost and all this other kind of stuff. But not for my handle. I've had my handle since like 2011 or something, 2012 maybe.
Yeah, what's the Desert Lynx, by the way? Where does that come from?
Yeah, so I've always operated under my own full name and face and everything. I've never been an anon, as it turns out. And it was somewhere around 2010 or something, that 2011, I always wanted to be like a writer of some kind. And there's just not a lot of good writing jobs. So I decided I need to start my own blog and I just need to start writing and publishing. And so I was thinking, what's a good name for a blog that kind of encapsulates everything? And I was living in Arizona at the time, which is a very hot place for the Europoor listeners. It's like high of like 45 in the 45 Celsius in the summer. So the desert. And so there's an expression where someone's called like a desert rat. That means I'm just like a desert person, And so I was like, oh, I'll do maybe a blog called Desert Rat or something. But that was already taken. So I'm like, well, what else? And then Desert Lynx. I'm like, oh, I like cats. Sure, I'll do Desert Lynx. There is an actual breed of domestic cat called the Desert Lynx. And desertlynx.com was dedicated towards this cat. And I was like, I'll do the Desert Lynx. So then I just did that. And then I had personal accounts, like a Facebook account. And then I had a Facebook page for my blog. And when I didn't have a Twitter account at the time. And so I just thought, I'm going to create a Twitter account just to promote the blog. So it was the Desert Lynx. And just over time, it turned into my personal. I just started using it more for personal purposes. And then eventually it just became my primary use of social media. So that's been going like, was that 14 years or so? I think it's been, well, more than that, right? I don't know. It's been a long time, 14 plus years that I've been on there.
Okay, so we have sort of a similar story when it comes to the use of the definite article "the." We put it
Mm-hmm.
there for reasons which concern the fact that someone else had the original name and we had to find another way. I'm also looking at Donald Trump, for example, because his account name is the real Donald Trump, and
Mm-hmm.
he never bothered to get like just Donald Trump to shorten it. He was like, "This is the real Donald Trump. This is the one that you should be following." It's interesting.
Yeah, but it's one of those things where we can actually look what is Desert Lynx. Um, I don't even know who has it. It's some protected tweet six follower account from 2013 that has nothing to do with anything. And I could try to get it, but it's not. I feel like with your name, it does make sense to just get the name. But in my case, I think the article is very important part of the entire name. First of all, some people shorten it as an acronym, just call me TDL, and DL just doesn't. It's not as unique, I guess. So I'm always going to be the Desert Links.
We do
It's
like
kind of,
3 letter acronyms,
yeah,
abbreviations in this industry, right?
yes. And so I remember for the longest time it used to annoy me because my father used to call Bitcoin BT. I'm like, BT could be so many things. What are you talking about? But so 3 letter is good. Um, it's kind of like when Fluffy Pony, um, rest in peace. Just kidding, he's not dead. But like Fluffy Pony, he was Fluffy Pony ZA on X for the longest time because someone had Fluffy Pony and he was, ZA for South Africa, and he ended up getting the full name, but it almost defeated the allure a little bit. So like if Donald Trump just got his handle as at Donald Trump, it wouldn't be. It's not as legendary as that the as real Donald Trump. Like everyone knows that that's his thing, and that's the same thing. Like I could just change my handle to my legal full name that I use, right? But in because like, why are you messing around with this Desert Link stuff? But I'm like, man, it's shorter than my name. It's easier to spell. Why not? It's also like people in this space are very into pseudonyms, as I'm sure you're aware.
Oh yeah. Let's make this the most basic Bitcoin pleb podcast right now, and I'm gonna ask you, Joel, what's your story with Bitcoin?
Yes, of course. So I like to tell people that Peter Schiff got me into Bitcoin. And it's sort of a little bit of a joke, but it's not entirely a joke. Ever since I was young, I learned the, I was homeschooled, which for people who, you know any homeschoolers, you know that there's a higher level of education typically. There's a lot more nerds that are homeschooled. And so and also alternative non-mainstream facts and versions of history, et cetera, get taught a lot. So
It
I
also means you didn't get your ass kicked.
yes, that's why I got into combat sports afterwards because I needed to get my ass kicked by somebody. So somebody wasn't my brother, at least. Although even though he was older, I was doing more of the ass kicking. But anyway, uh, I always learned about the history of money from barter to seashells or whatever else, and finally, when you settle on like precious metals as a money and a medium of exchange. And in the history of money, when they went to the transition to paper money, there's this gap of like, well, why did you get rid of the gold? These were gold certificates. These were silver certificates. What happened to why did you get rid of it? And never made sense to me. And also because I grew up in the north of Mexico for my childhood and I kind of on both sides of the border, I was aware of two different currencies. And when my grandmother passed away and we were cleaning out her house, she had a big stack of old peso coins. And so he asked my mother, what are these coins for? And they're like, oh, those are pesos, but they're old. They don't work anymore. It's like, why? Well, she didn't say the peso crisis happened in the 90s and they had to reissue the currency, but she just said like that money broke. There's new pesos, those work. And so I always knew that money, fiat currency could be broken. It was not eternal. And also the exchange rate was 7 pesos to the dollar at the time. Now it's like 21, 28, somewhere in that range. So like it's the bigger shitcoin of the two, right? It's just sort of diverged. So I always knew that money was not, that precious metals were like real money. And so I listened to like podcasts and stuff and or shows, and podcasts weren't as big back in the day, but uh, I remember Peter Schiff when he had a Euro Pacific Capital. He had a bank and he was issuing a gold backed debit card. And for me, this was really cool. I'm like, wait, you mean I don't have to hope one day someone abolishes the US Federal Reserve and we go back to a gold standard, which is never going to happen. I don't have to hope. I can start living my own gold standard today. It's like, this is awesome. And in the process of all this, um, I ended up, I guess, I ended up getting um, interested in Bitcoin, hearing about it. I was moving to New Hampshire as part of the Free State Project during this time, and yeah, it as soon as I started using Bitcoin for the first time, which I was staying with a friend in Chicago, and we had a pizza for lunch, and he paid me back for his part of the pizza in Bitcoin. So I do have a pizza story as my first Bitcoin I ever used. And after I started using it with some friends, sending it back and forth, I was like, this is way better. It's like gold, but it's also like a payment app. And they didn't have payment apps mostly in the US at that point. That was like 2013 or so. And so Venmo and things like that, usually it's very hard to get from some person's bank account to another bank account. And with Bitcoin, I could just scan a QR code, hit send, and I was like, this is going to change everything. And so that's kind of what got me down the rabbit hole. As always, I I think a theme of my life, but also I would say, if you've given a recommendation for other people, is start from a point of principle and then let one thing lead to another on the journey, and eventually you will get the truth. It's like, not always do people just discover everything and have a revelation. It's like you come up with an idea, and as long as you're consistent on applying it, you eventually get to where you need to go.
So that's nice. What year was that? 2012 or something?
2013, I started talking about Bitcoin in 2012 at some point. I started mentioning it in articles that I was writing, but it wasn't until about September of 2013 that I got some, actually. So I think that that's better. I mean, people talk about all kinds of
Is
stuff.
that when the
So
price went to $1,000?
yes, I got the pizza. It was like 0.15 Bitcoin is what I got paid back for, and the price was about 130 US per Bitcoin at the time, and it got up to 1100. Also, so that was like September, late September. Within a month or two, the Silk Road got shut down. So I remember the Silk Road being a thing, and I remember it getting shut down. And then, like a month after that or so, it went up to 1100, and then Mount Gox happened. So it was like a very eventful, short piece of time right there.
Yeah, it was really crazy when you think about it.
Hmm.
The kids who survived the FTX and Celsius BlockFi bankruptcies have no idea what it's really like. Because in
Yeah.
2013, you had no guarantee that any of this is coming back. It was like, oh my god, it's only been like 4 years, maybe five almost, since Bitcoin launched. And then you
Hmm.
have a bunch of libertarians getting super excited about something, and then the largest exchange goes down and the biggest use case is buried, and you're like, now what?
In a way, I felt isolated from that because I heard about it. I saw the price go down, but when I got into it, the price was 130, and the price went as low as like 198 or something after that. So for me, it didn't seem like a catastrophic crash. It was like, well, it was here before. Things go up and down, and no one I knew was using Mount Gox, and no one was talking about exchanges, or I mean, they weren't really a thing. So for me, losing the biggest exchange, it was just like a thing that happened, but it wasn't to me like integral to. It wasn't really integral to what we were doing, right? As far as using crypto.
Yeah, and for context, back in 2013, I think you did not have too many choices. You had Mt. Gox, which I guess processed like 80-90% of the transactions. I've actually had Mark Harpeles on the show twice this season, which is amazing. In the US, you had Charlie Shrem's exchange, which was Bit Instant.
Mm-hmm.
And I think there was something else called Trade Hill, but there was no Coinbase as far as I know. I think Kraken was just getting started. There wasn't really that much going on, so you didn't have too many options. I guess that's why Mt. Gox, as inconvenient as it was, because you had to basically wire money to Japan and then wait to get your Bitcoin, and sometimes it was not instant. You had lots of workarounds and limitations in this situation, and that's
Yes,
also
it was
what they were saying
not
in.
instant.
Yeah, I guess that's why they made Bit Instant, and they call it instant because you would send money from the US and it was much faster than wiring money to Japan. But I
Mm-hmm.
guess PayPal was being used at the time and it was much faster.
Yes. Um, Definitely. And I had used PayPal before to try to get paid with things. PayPal's always had a terrible experience. It's always had a high fees. It's always had um, like trying to be the PayPal of money is. I mean, I think we could do better, right?
I mean, I guess we are doing better in some ways, not in terms of liquidity or adoption, but at least in terms of convenience and fees and availability, I think. And
Yeah.
somehow you told me that you got introduced to the history of money and this idea of the gold standard, but when you discovered
Hmm.
Bitcoin and then later you got into Dash, I guess. I mean, I'm not even sure what the journey is. Maybe you can tell the story of how you went from Bitcoin to Dash and if there was
Yes.
anything in between. But you always looked at this as digital cash as opposed to just something that you hoard and is going to become more valuable in time.
Yes, because when you come from a precious metal standpoint, again, a lot of people in the precious metals world don't approach this in the same way. But from my perspective, we have money and we want sound money. We want real money to use. And to me, it never would make sense because I had like family, like my parents had gold and silver, for example. I knew friends who had it. And it didn't make sense to just stop there, to be like, well, I have a little bit just in case the dollar does poorly, but I still have to use the dollar. And so for me, the idea is always let's move to using real money. But it was like a store of value type thing first. But it was always like, also, I was young at the time, right? I'm not going to give dox my age completely, but I was young to where I did not have a lot of money. And when you are young and you have not a lot of money, you don't have a lot of savings. And therefore, the money in your checking account is the money you have. And so you can't hoard gold at home if you need it to pay bills. You have to have, if you're going, whatever money you use has to be able to be, actually usable for bills. And so that's why this Peter Schiff thing was very attractive to me, because I was thinking, oh, I get to fully participate in sound money. I don't just get to, if I get rich someday or if I get a little bit of savings, I get to turn this over there. And so there was a change though when I started using Bitcoin, because I realized the I realized how the possibilities, right? This is a new technology. And when I started just sending peer to peer, and I was like, I mean, some random person in like New Zealand can just send me their address and I can send them Bitcoin and it shows up right away. I was like, this is huge. This is going to change everything. Again, also growing up on the US Mexico border, a lot of remittances happening. And I used before that, I'd also lived in France. I'd visited Romania. I'd been to plenty of places. And a couple times I had used a Western Union to receive money. And if I just saw the fees are insane, like the experience is terrible. It was always an ordeal. So I just knew this was very powerful tech. But again, one foot in front of the other. One thing leads to another. So I started getting Bitcoin. Now, I don't have an exchange account. I've never used a centralized exchange. I've never probably. unless it was a favor for someone at one point, I don't think I've ever bought any kind of crypto. I've only ever earned it for goods and services. And as such, so I earned for the pizza, and then I did stuff for people. I remember um, somewhere 2014, I was giving people rides from the airport to a conference called Liberty Forum, and I was accepting payment in Bitcoin for that. Everyone paid me in Bitcoin except for Ian Freeman, who paid me in $2 bills with a Free Talk Live stamp on those. But so I did that. I helped someone work on their barn because they would pay me in Bitcoin. I forget, I sold something, I traded stuff. I just did anything that would pay me in Bitcoin. And in the middle of 2014, I went to the Porcupine Freedom Festival, and I was there 7 or 8 days, and the entire time I did not bring any fiat currency with me. I only brought Bitcoin. I spent it everywhere except for the coffee place, which only took silver. So I bought some little silver coins with Bitcoin and then used that. So silver was my L2 in that case, sort of. But so I was at some point, I got sort of, I just got overtaken by this. I'm sure you understand what obsessions are like as far as going down a rabbit hole. And so I wanted to go all in on this somehow, especially if you're like, you can use this as money and it's better than fiat. So why would I be playing around with it but still living a fiat life? So I thought, okay, well, I want to work full time in this. I want to do all this stuff full time. I was doing some work in politics at the time, and I kind of, at one point, I was offered what was kind of my dream job in politics. It was like a full time job in New Hampshire doing this, and I declined the offer because I just, it's time to do something different. I was like, thanks very much, but I know who would be a better person to hire. I don't think I want to do this. I want to pursue crypto full time. And so after that, I declined that offer and had no other option, which maybe is not the smartest thing to do, but that's what I did. And somewhere within a few weeks, I got a job at Cointelegraph, writing articles on crypto, and they paid in Bitcoin, or they did at the time. And that was my first full, like, it didn't pay very well, but it was my first like full-time Bitcoin job, and I was super excited. And so that's the thing, is that first year, like late 2015 to late 2016, uh, that first year of not earning fiat at all for the first time, just only earning Bitcoin. Uh, I made probably around maybe 15,000 US the whole year, which I don't know what that's like in other countries, but in the US, that's like extreme poverty almost. That's very bad. But I didn't care because I was excited that I was earning like real money, and it would, maybe it'd go up sometimes, and it was just exciting. So that's kind of like the story of like the deep of, I just got excited by this, and it just kept getting more into it, and I started working in the industry full time and started earning only this. And middle of 2016, I had an issue with my bank account where it was like May, I think, where someone got a hold of some deposit slip and wrote some random scratch on it and just drained my entire account before I was going to pay rent. So I had a massive negative balance in my bank, and I was on the phone with the bank for a few days trying to get it sorted out. They did sort it out and just restored everything. And then they said, but we have to close your bank account for security purposes, and then we have to reopen a new one. And I said, okay, and so they closed the bank account, give like the few $100s in cash that I had in there. And I said, just wait, hold off on opening a new one. And in my mind, I was very angry that they messed up security so badly that they just let some random person who didn't even pretend to be me just take all the money. And so I was thinking maybe I'll use a different bank or something. And so but then I just never ended up going and getting a bank account. I just like, all right, I guess that's it. And so then I haven't really used banks since that day.
Well, that's such a cool story. I was thinking that I got started the same way, but before I get
Mm-hmm.
into any of that, I want to say hello to Sally Mayweather, who's in the chat. Hi, Sal.
Hi, Sal.
Sal the
He's a
Agorist,
hardcore
very
guy.
famous meme person on Twitter. It's amazing what kind of engagement he gets with his memes.
Yes, he's also had been a victim of the algorithm in some ways, where he has said it's because he said controversial topics that the powers that be don't like. I think there's definitely truth to that, but also I think everyone is down.
Down bad, man. Like,
Yeah,
it's
look,
very hard to
it
compare to
feels
what it was
bad,
like
man.
2 years ago.
Hmm. Yeah, absolutely. It's yeah, that's one of those problems with centralization, right? Anytime you have a centralized company, custodial, whatever, they can rug you anytime. And at least with open source tech, you see what the rules are and you can redo it and you can copy and paste the code and run a different version if you like it. And uh, you can still own your own data, so it migrates to the new platform. There's just same thing with money. Your wallet rugs you. As long as you don't get hacked and stolen, you can just take your digital funds and put them somewhere else and just move on.
Yeah, I agree. And even though they say that they open sourced the algorithm, even if you follow all the guidelines, and it feels like playing a video game or something. Like you gotta do this and you gotta get free keys and slay the dragon and come back to this door and blah blah blah. Feels a lot the same. Like you have to reply to your comments within the first 15 minutes of posting, and then you have to do this and have this structure and use this punctuation and whatever, and you're gonna get the optimal results. But my point is that even if you do follow the guidelines, there's no guarantee that it's gonna be successful. And sometimes even just because you get angry and you say some keywords or whatever that the algorithm wants to boost, you may never follow any of that structure, but somehow you go viral. It's like you either get a reply from Elon or you just end up talking to your 5 friends.
Yeah, he either replies, it goes, "Wow," or
Concerning.
"Concerning,"
Yeah.
and then it just goes crazy. And I'm like, all right, well, you write some really long, like you write paragraphs of research and in-depth stuff, and then like your two friends who see it are like, this is incredible stuff, and you get like 48 views, and then wow, and it goes nuts. But that's the way things go, and I'm sure he must have a special algorithm or something. I have no proof of this, I'm just guessing, but that's one of those. I'm a big fan of the free market, and in obviously it's like a government thing where I think that the government should be as restricted as possible, maybe even no government at all. But also just philosophically, I think that world works best with this beautiful value exchange protocol we call money. And I think that being able to tell people like I should be able to get what I want and pay for it and vice versa. And I think the world is the best that way. There's always, as a business owner, you always have to play around with it. Sometimes you do have to give the customer things that they haven't explicitly said that they want and disregard things they say that they want in some ways because they don't always know what they want, and then provide a best product. Sometimes there's some caveats, but for the most part, someone says, I want this and I will pay for it. And if they will pay for it, give it to them. And that works. It's one of those things with like, I've written a lot of stuff on social media, by the way, before about like, I've tried all the alternative social medias. I love Twitch back when that was a thing on the BSV blockchain, all this kind of stuff. I've used Hive and Steam and all that. Tried to use Farcaster, but I could never sign up. And in all these things, almost everyone, with Twitch being one of the ones that is closest to, I guess, a good vision, they make the critical mistake of uh, not letting people just do what they want. So, like, if I click follow on your profile, that's me, the user, inputting, saying, I like your content, I want to see more of it. And in my opinion, even though there should be an autopilot algorithm that helps serve you new content, you should honor the needs of the user. If they say, I want to follow this guy, you should see it. If you say, I want to unfollow him, see less. Like, this is basic stuff, right? Does this make sense to you?
It does, but I see the same issue on YouTube, for example, where you subscribe to a bunch of channels and then you never see them in your feed. They just try to guess what you like and show you more of it. So if you type, for example, I've been playing Resident Evil 5 or whatever, and there was a part where I got stuck and I had to look for some walkthrough or tutorial, and then I
Mm-hmm.
watched that one, and then I realized that my whole homepage is filled with Resident Evil stuff, and I was like, okay, so the algorithm figured out what I'm currently into, and just wants me to be glued to the screen to watch more of this stuff.
Yes, and there is a certain first of all, I would say if you don't use TikTok, everyone should try it out for a little while as a learning experience because TikTok has the very best algorithm out there as far as it's very sensitive to what you use and what you consume, but it doesn't overwhelmingly do it. Like sometimes I'll comment on one post, like a political post on X, and then that's my entire feed for the next 3 days. And I'm like, I don't want that. TikTok is excellent at that. And they're also excellent at surveillance and finding out everything about you and using it to customize content around you. So TikTok is fantastic to not only learn a good way, like the top algorithm for serving you content, but also to learn how data you give services feeds and like what they're collecting. And like for example, one time on I like to say with like TikTok, um, it knows when it's late at night and sometimes serves me content that's uh more like dreamy or like go to sleepy or whatever. It also like if I'm on too long, it assumes I'm like in a doom scroll kind of thing. You get some of that stuff. I think it knows where my wife is because every once in a while when she's out of town, it starts trying to throw like girls at me and stuff. And there was one time it was like a several day trip and it started to serve me like breakup content because it assumed that because these two users are too far away for too long, there must have been a breakup or something. And it's like, wow, that's a little scary. That's a lot, but it shows how like accurate that kind of thing is. It's a little dystopian though.
Man, that's crazy.
Yeah.
Anyway, let's get back on topic. But before that, I gotta plug the sponsors. It's been 30 minutes. And also need to announce that there's a giveaway from Cake Wallet. It's zero point 0.1 Zcash. That's like $50, which you also get Joel. Whether you like it or not, you're part of this. So what everyone listening right now, and I think, let me check. I think we have like 275 people on Twitter and like a dozen more on YouTube. I'm not sure. But yeah, I hope that you guys are listening right now. Pick a number from 1 to 100 in the chat. And 30 minutes from now, or towards the end of the episode, Joel is going to reveal the number. It's a giveaway from Cake Wallet. Go ahead and download the wallet. They're trying to get to 1 million downloads. Have fun with that. This this episode is also sponsored by Brains Hash Power, and they offer this hash rate rental service, which is called hashpower.brains.com. And there are two hard forks coming next month of Bitcoin. One of them is based on BIP 110. The other one is based on BIP 300. I know that there's going to be a lot of speculation and people trying to find whatever these coins are worth or if there's a market for them. And they both need proof of work mining. And if you want to be part of the group of people who are going to try to mine them, you can rent all the hash rate you want. You can try to 51% attack them. You can go crazy with it. It's your hash rate and you can rent it at hashpower.brains with a double I.com. Orange Rock is a trading platform where you trade with no limits and no KYC, absolute privacy, no limits in terms of volume. Really cool. It works on iOS right now, but they're also, I think, in testnet for Android and soon desktop. And it sort of looks like Hyperliquid, but it's nicer. And it has support for lots of coin pairs. And you can also gamble with it, meaning that I know that BitMEX announced that they're gonna shut down. And they're like the OG 100x platform. On Orange Rock, you can do 20x, but once again, it's gambling. Don't think about it as some sort of wise investment strategy. It's just betting that the price is going to go up or down in a very short amount of time. And it's like 90% likely that you're going to get liquidated. So, whatever. do whatever you think is best for yourself. I'm not gonna patronize you here. Sideshift, the place where you can swap your stable coins, which are CBDC wannabes, for something else. And that can be Dash, by the way, Joel. So can be Bitcoin,
Yes.
can be Dash, can be Litecoin, Ethereum, whatever. You just pick it, and you know that it's not gonna be taken away from you when Tether decides to seize a bunch of funds. It's yours for as long as you take care of your keys. So check out Sideshift, good liquidity, low fees, not available in the US unfortunately, but you can find workarounds, I guess. And last but not least, Layer 2 Labs. Layer 2 Labs are launching the eCash fork. Go to ecash.com to learn more. If you own any Bitcoin today, you're gonna get ECX, which is the eCash token, 1-to-1 to the Bitcoin that you own next month if you claim your airdrop. And it's based on BIP300 with side chains that are enforced by miners. I guess you already know the story if you're a long-time listener of the show. If you're not, then go to ecash.com and learn more. Yeah, those were the odds. Thank you for sitting through them. Let's talk about your journey from Bitcoin to something else, Joel. Like, you went through this journey where you were driving people around and cleaning barns and doing stuff in exchange for Bitcoin. You went to Porkfest, you exchanged your Bitcoin for silver and whatever just to be able to spend it. And what happened after? You got your job at Cointelegraph, you were still earning Bitcoin. How did you go from Bitcoin to Dash? Was there anything in the middle?
Yeah. So first of all, when I was writing for Cointelegraph, they covered the entire crypto space, and so that let me kind of explore lots of things. So I think we didn't have a lot of Bitcoin. There wasn't really a Bitcoin maximalist back when I was in the game. That came later. In like 2016, there were just Bitcoiners. There's everyone was a Bitcoiner, and there were some people who were interested in other technologies and other people who were just not as interested. But this whole concept of, oh, shit coins, this and that, or like, because sometimes I'd say, oh, look at what these people are doing over here. Sometimes people would say, wow, that's awesome. Sometimes people would be like, oh, okay, and they just go back to Bitcoin. But there was no hostility for the most part. So I covered lots of different projects. In fact, just today, I I was reminded by this. There was a Dutch cryptocurrency called hoarding, which was it had instant confirmations, it had some other cool stuff, but it was like a Bitcoin style coin that it had a built-in exchange in the full node wallet as well as the mobile wallet, where if you pasted in the native currency address, of course you could send it, but if you put a Bitcoin address in, it would do like a zero conf swap, and you'd have outgoing Bitcoin almost as fast as if you had Bitcoin in the wallet. I thought that was a really cool thing because it lets you use Bitcoin. But you could also put an IBAN number for a European bank account and send directly to a bank account with like a limit of like 70 euros per week or something before having the KYC. And I thought, this is cool. This is like, there was no Bitcoin wallet that had this. And I'm like, oh, this is interesting. At no point did I ever really like want to use this currency or have it be my primary one, but I downloaded the wallet and I tried it out. There's just so many other things. Of course, you write, oh, Ethereum's around. Let's talk about what Ethereum does. And then I remember it was, I was the first person. I broke the news for Cointelegraph, which is one of the very first publications to say anything, that Craig Wright came out as Satoshi, or he said he was Satoshi. So I remember it was like 4:35 a.m. my time as I was like trying to get this to be first to market on this story. So that's a little bit of a dubious connotation in hindsight, but point is those were the trenches. So I was always aware of other projects. When you write about privacy, I was like, I wrote about Monero and ring signatures, and I said, and there's this Dash coin that does this stuff too. It has another approach, and I don't think I wrote about Zcash while at Cointelegraph because it was kind of later in 2016, and I'd kind of done other things. But so I was always Bitcoin, Bitcoin, Bitcoin. That's what I use. That's what I talk about whenever I can. And then I'm also just looking into other things. I have some friends in the, for example, the Aurora Coin community from Iceland when they did a sort of Icelandic crypto, and I was interested in that. That's it's kind of interesting stuff, but I was never like a Aurora coin guy or anything. So what happened though is I was using Bitcoin in day-to-day life. That was my only money, and I had to use it for things. And in January of 2016, Mike Hearn, one of the big Bitcoin developers, had a famous rage quit where he said, "Oh, it's going to zero. It sucks. All these things. I got to get out of here." And
He
I
said
thought he
it's a
was,
failed project. This was the exact quote.
yes, it's a failed project. And I was not privy to the internal drama of Bitcoin at the time, so I didn't really know. But I I thought he was being dramatic. I was like, I see some points you're making, but I think it'll be fine. And I disagreed with them. I disagreed with the failed project thing. Um, as much as I've been a Bitcoin critic since then, I also think I would disagree that Bitcoin was or even is a failed project. I think it's failed at its original goals. I think that it's done other things also, and it's more of an it is what it is. Life moved in a different direction, and the fact that we have alternatives make it, not necessarily a failed project. But all that to say, I was using Bitcoin day to day, and a lot of times it started to be very difficult for me. So, for example, there was an app called Gift, GYFT. It was one of those early gift card stores for Bitcoin, which was one of those first killer apps to it. And so they, in the very beginning, supported zero confirmation transactions, um, where then when the blocks started to fill up and the fees started to creep up from like anywhere in the world for 1 cent, and that's like, well, it's 5 to 10 cents now. Okay, I have to change my sales pitch a little bit maybe. But then, for example, I had to wait for confirmations. And so I remember one time in particular, went to the shopping mall to buy some new pants. And so I was like, all right, this is going to be this much. I'm going to buy a gift card and redeem it for the pants. And so I bought a gift card, and I was still in the mall like an hour later waiting for a confirmation. I was like, I'm going to walk around, wait for it to go through because I still don't have the gift card to pay for it. And it was like an hour and a half I had to wait for the confirmation to go through to get the pants. I finally did, but that was, again, that harmed my life, right? I couldn't be out working, couldn't do anything else. Another time, I remember I got a Wirex card way back in the day when Wirex would ship you a physical card. And I think it was like a $5,000 spending limit without KYC. And I was like, this is cool because I don't want KYC. And so I kept Bitcoin in my self custody as one should. And I was going to I had like a $6 balance on the card. And I was like, I'm going to go drive out of town. I'm out of town for something. I'm going to work from a coffee shop. It's an hour drive away. So I decided to load like 20 extra dollars of Bitcoin on there. And I got to the coffee shop. It had not confirmed in an hour. And so I said, well, I have enough to buy a coffee. So I got a coffee, and I worked there for like 3-4 hours or something like that. And by the time I left, I still did not have a confirmation. So I didn't have the money to pay for lunch. So I just didn't eat lunch that day because Bitcoin didn't work. I couldn't get it through. And these kinds of things kept on piling up over time. And I remember one time I sent a Bitcoin transaction, and this time I paid like, it was later 2016. I paid like $1.82 or something like that for the transaction fee, which was horrendous for the time. And it was stuck for 2 weeks. It just was stuck in the mempool for a whole 2 weeks. And the blockchain.info wallet that I had at one point rebroadcasted it in a way where it double spent the transaction. So I accidentally had a double spend that I didn't even try to double spend going on. And I had to use replace by fee to try to get it out. And I had to use the via BTC transaction accelerator just to like unscrew up the whole process. And I think that was kind of like the I'm done phase. So yeah, it was a rough time, but maybe I don't know, maybe my brain's wired differently from a lot of people, but I never came into this trying to like worship an idol. Like I never thought, oh, I like Bitcoin, therefore it will be my master. I always viewed this as a tool for the ideas that we had of economic freedom. This is the world works better on sound money. This is sound money. The world works better on uncensorable global digital cash. This is what this is. And so for me, it was not a, it was a little bit of a nostalgia hit, but not that much. As far as I had a choice. Do I go back into my bank account, say, hey, I need a bank account back, please, guys. This whole freedom money thing didn't work out. Or do I try to figure out how to keep this going? And so I could not imagine going back. I can't imagine exiting the system. It's like being Cypher, like plugging back into the matrix and working for that. Once you're out, you should be out. So I was out. So I decided to see what are the other options I can use. And so I went down the top. I started at the top of CoinMarketCap. Bitcoin, scratch that off the list. It's not working. Ethereum, well, it's not really used for money purposes right now. And so thank God in retrospect, because Ethereum became even more expensive and congested than Bitcoin not too long. Scratch that. Litecoin was an abandoned project at the time. And I've had a lot of respect for Litecoin since then. But at the time, Litecoin had no active development. And in fact, in the very early days, Dash was originally forked from Litecoin, but then it was rebased off of Bitcoin later because Litecoin was abandoned. So I was like, well, can't use that. And it was just Dash was the very first one I could go down on the list. I forget the exact ranking at the time, but it was somewhere in the top 10. And I was like, okay, well, I remember these guys before. I wrote some Cointelegraph articles on it. And it works. And I decided, okay, I can actually use this. And and by the way, like Monero at the time was way further down the list and had no GUI wallets whatsoever, much less a mobile wallet. So definitely could not use that. So I could use this, and about half of the things I spent Bitcoin on, there at least was a version of that I could also spend Dash. And the other half had a Shapeshift plugin where back in the day, you used to have a little plugin where if you wanted to accept any currency, you had a Shapeshift plugin where someone could send any random shit coin they had and it would end up as Bitcoin. And I thought, okay, good. It was a little more difficult than Bitcoin in the beginning to use Dash, but the Dash part just worked. And then within about a year, I would say it got as easy or easier as when I was living on Bitcoin. So that's kind of the story of like how I got from there to Dash as the primary money. Since then, that was also a year before the Bitcoin Cash split. And so when people say I'm sort of like a Bcasher in some ways, but I'm a pre-casher. I was around for a year before and I like to rub it in a little bit because again, I'm a big fan of the Bitcoin Cash community, but I have a lot of friends there. But I like to rub it in that like they were all still complaining about Bitcoin for a whole year while I had already moved on. So, but I've used Bitcoin Cash a lot. I've used Monero. Still have a Lightning wallet that I use twice a year, something like that, 3 times a year maybe. Litecoin, obviously, Zcash, obviously. Since Zodal came out, Zcash has been one of the more useful ones, thanks to CrossPay. So I use a lot of different cryptocurrencies, but I would say over the years, it's been like 95% Dash usage because for the purposes of paying for stuff, there's been just nothing quite close.
Okay, I want to ask you more specific questions about what makes Dash special because it's a code-based fork of Bitcoin with a CoinJoin implementation in the Node client, I think. So I'm not sure if mobile wallets have that. And recently you decided to also add Zcash-level privacy to it, so we got to get into that. But
yes.
Before that, right now I think you're the most prominent figure in Dash, if I'm not mistaken. Like the best
publicly,
known
at least,
speaker who advocates for Dash. But a lot of people remember Amanda B. Johnson. And there was also the creator of Dash, of course, who nowadays is not. I'm not even sure if he's around. So what about these people?
Yes. So first, Evan. Evan was the founder of Dash, Evan Duffield, and I've met him twice, maybe three times. He was active from 2014 to about 2017. He started to sort of move away a little bit. Um, I don't want to get too much into his personal stuff from what I know, but he's sort of, let's consider him retired, and he had a lot of personal things to deal with. And that's kind of the story. He sort of floated away. It was never, last I talked to him, he's still very interested in Dash, but like he's just focusing on other stuff. It's funny though, because he's, there's this in the kind of cool kids club of crypto for the long time. Dash was like the redheaded stepchild, as they call him, and Evan Duffield is a ginger. And the current lead developer of Dash, Sam Westrich, who's also a genius, is also a ginger. So it's kind of funny how that rhymes. But as far as Amanda, I've known of Amanda, and I've known Amanda since like 2012 or something, since before Dash launched. She was actually my roommate in 2013 when I moved to New Hampshire for a little while. So I knew her pretty well, and we kind of went to the same crypto meetups and learned the same things about Bitcoin. She also wrote for Cointelegraph a few years before I did, and then she wrote for Bitcoin Magazine, some other things. I watched her show, the Daily Decrypt, which was a in retrospect, a very good and ahead of its time crypto show. It kind of reminded me a lot of was it Coin Bureau or whatever, or no, Crypto, which is the one with the English guy who speaks very directly on the monotone kind of. Is that Crypto Brief? Coin
I don't
Bureau
know. I
must have.
don't watch them. I used to watch Altcoin Daily at some point.
Yes, I mean, why watch other podcasts when you already run the best one in the space, right? So, but the point is, she was also very intellectually curious on stuff. She covered Dash a lot, as well as BitShares was another one she talked a lot about, and a few others. And she got into Dash before me, and I kind of came independently of her. It just was because when I interviewed people for Cointelegraph, she was not one of those. I interviewed some developers. I think I even interviewed the founder, Evan, when I wrote for Cointelegraph. And I just came to it independently. And then we just ended up sort of crossing paths. And she ended up being a much less active after I joined, like relatively soon after I joined, like within the year, she became less active. She came back, did a lot of videos as well. But for some reason, the thing with Amanda, by the way, is people should realize that there's like a kind of like Bitcoin's founding. There's like a lightning in a bottle moment where you can't always replicate it with the same recipe. So she was, first of all, an attractive woman who cared about the tech, and also was a little awkward and quirky in ways that really resonated with, nerdy Bitcoiners. And it was at a time when there was almost no media stars for any crypto, much less a female, much less outside of Bitcoin. And so it was just like a magic moment, because there were years when she was still producing videos, and I'd run into people at conferences and they'd say, "Oh man, whatever happened to Amanda? Man, you should get her back." I'm like, "She is back. She's still doing it. You just forgot it. Like, she's still doing it now. She put one out last week. What are you talking about?" But just the lightning in a bottle moment is kind of a thing. But as far as I'm aware, I haven't spoken to her in about a year or so. She's focusing on family, and as far as I know, she's still a heavy Dash user, etc. Just sort of doing other things.
I found her YouTube channel. She hasn't posted in 6, 7 years. But
Mm-hmm.
it's kind of amazing the kind of content that she was putting out like 10 years ago, how to buy Bitcoin from ATMs and whatever, covering Monero and covering what's going on with lots of the projects that were popular at the time. So, yeah, it was very different. On the other hand, before we get into the specifics of what's happening with Dash, I also want to tell you that Fluffy Pony, I think, when I was watching the Magical Crypto Friends show, and that might have been 2018 or 2019, he was really enjoying throwing punches at Dash.
Mm-hmm.
And one time he said Dash is trash, and it's been in my mind ever since. Every time I hear Dash, I'm like, oh, Dash is trash. It just rhymes. I don't know.
Yes.
And he also made fun of Dash because at some point it had booth babes at a conference. And I think this was like at the peak of being. I think it was at the peak of the woke culture, right? When it was very cool to act like, oh, I'm very concerned about this, and that's not how you should treat women, and whatever. It's very
Oh,
demeaning, and it gives a bad image to this industry, and whatever.
I have a story about that in particular. Um, just in general, like there's a lot going on with Fluffy Pony, and I mean, I don't come on to talk shit necessarily. And I know that the Monero people, uh, a lot of OGs in the Monero community have a lot of respect for him because he was around and contributing in a lot of the early days and was a pivotal figure. And you can't, things are complicated, right? There's not, nothing's binary. Um, on the other hand, he's not very popular with the Monero community today because he's a thief. And he's a pretty proven thief. He's stolen community funding that we know of. And there's a lot of from the Monero community. And there's a lot of evidence that he probably, again, not proof, but evidence that he did this in other cases. And also, he agreed, at least, to be an Interpol informant. And people don't, you know, and he says they never took him up on that, but he's been a serial liar on other things. So I don't know what to believe. There's a lot of negative things with him. There's a lot of provably false things he said. So for me, it makes no, at the time he had a lot of influence. And so at the time it was much more relevant to have those kinds of takes. Now I don't think anyone really cares. As I'm sure you remember a few years ago, do you remember the big Zcash grave thing he posted and all this kind of stuff? And then that's a lot of Zcashers have reposted that more recently. About the booth babe type thing, I don't remember if there was a booth babe thing in particular, but another Dash team sponsored, I think it was Consensus in Miami, the Consensus conference in Miami. It was so Dash was the top sponsor there, and as part of that, one of the after party was held at this nightclub, which ended up being a strip club. And after the main after party, the strip club then converted into an actual strip club. And then there was a big, in my opinion, completely fake controversy around, oh my gosh, Dash sponsored a strip club when they had no idea it was even going to happen on that. And Fluffy Pony did his hand wringing thing and all this. The funny thing is, at Consensus this year, the after party was at the exact same strip club as 8 years ago, or whenever, 7 years ago, whenever that was, or 8 to 9 years ago, probably. And there was another mini controversy about, oh, this space needs to grow up because we're still throwing after parties at this strip club. And I was like, I recognize that strip club. That's the one that was all the drama. And I was at Consensus this year, but I actually was considering going to the after party because I didn't know where it was, and I was like, well, then I just got tired. I'm like, I got an early flight tomorrow. I'm just gonna stay in, and thankfully I did, I guess. Or maybe not. Maybe I should have gone and been a piece of strip club history there, but it was a funny thing. But yes, it is funny to me that not only has the industry changed so much, but also not changed, but that it's not just another Consensus strip club uh, controversy. It's another one in Miami at the very same strip club as before.
Right. I wasn't there. I'm not gonna talk like I know better.
Hmm.
But we
Hmm.
do have a couple of comments that I want to read before we move on. And I don't want people to think that, this is like marketing or whatever. And I'm giving you like a
Hmm.
very easy interview. So I'm going to read the nasty comments also
Oh yeah,
because
bring
it's
it
fun.
on.
So this guy, Sine Nomine 4540,
Hmm.
I guess that means without name in Latin. He's saying Joel is a POS degenerate. He was lying about Monero and Bitcoin Cash a lot of times. F him.
Cool.
And
There's a lot of factual things to talk about there, I guess.
there's another guy. Where was he? I'm just scrolling. A lot of people are putting numbers in the chat because they participate in
Yeah.
the competition. Oh, John Jones. Nice name. He's saying he's glossing over the subsidies from the Dash pre-mine cabal. What's a
Mm.
cabal? Like
You
pre-mine
mean
cabal.
I mean, cabal is just what people talk about like an insider group. Um, this is where we get into some interesting kind of history, right? Uh, so so first of all, Satoshi. He comes out with Bitcoin. He starts mining. It's public. He was the sole miner for a very long time, relatively long, and he had amassed a large fortune of coins. But he was very public about allowing anyone to mine, just that no one else was at the time. And he got a significant point, and no one cares. Litecoin had a similar type of a launch, but if you look at the Litecoin Genesis block kind of emission schedule, there's a vertical line where Litecoin had a ton of coins emitted at the very beginning. And that is known as an inflation bug. That's kind of the official story. Is there was an inflation bug that hit Litecoin. Since then, I won't name names specifically, but I'll tell I'll ask if I can. I'll ask the person who told me if they can say. But another OG founder of that era says that Charlie Lee encouraged him to do the same, put the same inflation bug in his coin, so that it would also he'd have a lot of coins at the beginning as a founder. Now, again, hearsay. I'm not going to repeat who said that, but the blockchain doesn't lie. There was a inflation, let's just say an unpublicized or unanticipated spike in Litecoin. So Dash was forked from Litecoin, and Dash had the same thing. However, a lot of people piled on that for years, including Charlie Lee, that's where I start to get a little more suspicious. Charlie Lee has done a lot of good things for the Litecoin community. They love him. I'm not here to say bad things about him, other than it was a really shitty move that he did to try to pile on Dash for having the same bug that he had while hiding. And a few years ago, there was a blowout on X, and there are even articles, you can find news articles, where some of the early Dash developers who were around at the time, again, I wasn't, got into it with him and said, look, you had it too, here it is. And finally he was literally begging for mercy. He's like, please stop talking about this. I'd like to just bury it all. I'm sorry. And so he stopped. So again, if you want to dig, again, remember, my background is as a journalist, and I dig for information a lot. And and also I'm a crypto unk. I've been around forever, so I remember a lot of things and have a lot of fun links. If there's ever anyone who's watching this, by the way, if anyone is like, wow, that happened, really? Do you have any links? Drop specific requests, and I will spend some time digging up links and then post them, and then we can post them under the show at a future date, and then just be like, oh, remember this part of the podcast? Rewatch the podcast, get you some more views, but here's the article citing this thing. Like, were you really the guy who said the Craig Wright stuff first? I'm like, yep, here's the link to the Cointelegraph article, etc. So that's kind of it. Now, for some reason,
that's very spicy if it's true. What I could find from the launch that someone actually wrote in a publication that's called Crypto EQ says that there was no major pre-mine outside of a negligible 150 coins in the Genesis and early confirmation blocks.
I'll drop for Bitcoin.
No, for Litecoin.
Oh,
because that's one that you suggested that might have had a large pre-mine. Because of
I'll drop in some posts about that, and some charts, etc. But like, it's probably not fair to the users to be just like taking a 10-minute break while I'm just Googling stuff. But I'll drop all that stuff in there. One thing that's worth noting is a lot of very early projects had very deliberate, explicit pre-mines. A lot of them not that big. Like, I think Decred had a pre-mine of something like 5% of the whole supply or something. Could it be 2 or 5? I remember Digibyte had one as well. A lot of projects that have a lot of cypherpunk kind of acclaim that people are like, man, this is great. This is a great thing. Had explicit pre-mines. There was a lot of inflation in the very first day, and people who were mining could have gone more than other people mining later. But again, with an actual pre-mine, there is no chance to redirect those funds elsewhere. One person does get those funds. In the same way as the Zcash Founders Reward, which people have issues with. I have no real issue with that. But the block reward was programmed to go towards a certain set of people for a few years. It is what it is. It's how you bootstrap a project. But yeah, I believe, and again, this is all like super old stuff. To be perfectly honest, it's been like about 4 or 5 years since anyone's really mentioned those kinds of early things. It kind of went to bed. Maybe it has something to do with like the Solana VC era where everyone just has these massive VC allocations and just no one cares anymore. But I believe there was around 5 people mining Dash on the first day. It was Xcoin the first day, and Evan had his own job doing a full-time tech job, and there was bugs and issues, fires to put out while he was being yelled at by his boss the first day. So there's 5 people or so mining. The good thing about a blockchain that is public and transparent is you can always verify the supply, but also the allocations. And obviously there's privacy trade-offs and things, but the good thing is you can see like who are the whales of any coin. Like you could see Satoshi has a certain amount, BlackRock has a certain amount, Sailor has a certain amount. You can kind of see that. And you can see if you analyze the Dash blockchain, there's no significant allocation to anyone at this point of that magnitude. And to be honest, I have not looked into it much in the last several years. But Evan, whatever coins that he had, he lost a lot of them too. By the way, I think it's been there were some kind of mental health issues and other things involved, and I would be surprised if he had access to very many of those at all of his early coins that he had from mining on day one. But again, it's a very well distributed project, and the good thing about decentralization and things like that is you can measure them. You can measure them by Nakamoto coefficient of validators, of hash rate, of things like that. You can, in DAO governance votes, you can do that as well. And projects that are completely opaque from the start, you really don't know where those allocations were. And so, like, for example, there was in the very early, obviously Bytecoin, I think that anyone who's way back in the day, Bytecoin, as far as I'm aware, is the first ever privacy coin. Bytecoin had an inflation bug that caused a lot of problems, right? I think that it's one of the reasons why Bytecoin kind of went away is because of the inflation bug that it had. That was because it was a crypto note coin. It's kind of undetectable. No one really knows where it went. I do remember in the very early days of Monero, as it was called at the time, there was some sort of a scandal around what they call a cripple mine. People in crypto have all these weird terms that's like you're never going to use it again. Why come up with a term? But the developers released a mining software that was not nearly as efficient as one that was held secretly by the team to then mine. And so there was a little bit of an advantage there. And again, a lot of this stuff is like old Bitcoin talk threads and stuff. And there's a few people that I know in the Dash community who were around at the time who like have them all bookmarked. And so again, depends on how many people request sources for all of these, but I'd be more than happy to go digging through the folders.
Yeah, there's a lot to unpack there, but to zoom out and compress everything into easily digestible statement, are you saying that Dash had no pre-mine and it was more of an early inflation bug instead?
Yes, absolutely. And I should also maybe be a little bit more spicy and say anyone who says pre-mine who is not just saying, "Oh, I thought I heard," who's like saying it as a factual statement is lying, because a pre-mine has an actual official definition. And there were projects like Decred, like Digibyte, that did have an actual explicit pre-mine, and Dash never had one. And if it was accused of such, it was purely a lie. I mean, there's just no way of getting around that it's not factual. And I did joke around, by the way, as a caveat to this, that Bitcoin had a pre-mine. Obviously, according to the accepted definition, it's not at all a pre-mine because anyone could mine. But Satoshi did mine before anyone else for a significant time and had an allocation. It was a way of saying it was a way of saying because they accused Zcash of having a pre-mine, which also it did not have. And I'm saying, oh, I was trying to catch some Bitcoin maximalists into the thing of, well, you called, according to Gladstein's definition, Satoshi was a pre-miner. So that was having a little fun. Just to be clear that I wasn't like, that I'm not mixing definitions for curiosity, for convenience sake, I should say.
Well, fair, but you do need to provide context for each instance because when Satoshi
Yes.
was mining, there was nothing like it, and he was keeping
Yes.
the network alive. It's not like. So I've actually had Alex Waltz 2 episodes ago, and he had like a graph with more than a dozen moments when the Bitcoin network halted because there were no other
Mm,
miners. And Satoshi actually
yes.
designed it in a way that he was always waiting for someone to mine with him. It's not like he,
Hmm.
even though he did keep the network alive by himself, and it was not obvious what this was going to be used for or if it has any future. When
Hmm.
you're launching in the middle of an already established industry, which has expectations that there's going to be a market valuation since day one, it's a bit different. And I
Hmm.
guess also the meaning of a pre-mine is different. If you call Zcash a pre-mined coin, it means that, well, there's an allocation for developers, which is, I think, what is it, 20% of the
For
mining
the first
reward?
4 years, I think, until it expired.
No, that was the founders reward, which they gave
Yes.
to early investors, and then they started having the developers fund or something.
Yeah, the dev fund. Yeah, I would consider the founder's reward to be closer to a pre-mine, even though it technically is not, because the coin still had to come out. There was nothing mined before the public launch of the chain. It's like a pre-allocation of sorts. But again, it's transparent and above board. Anyone before they mine or buy a single ZEC knows that 20% of the coins of the first 4 years will go to a certain group of people. You either like that or you don't. And there you go. And same thing with, Dash. On the first day, anyone can mine. And yeah, anyone could mine from like the first second. And there were a few people in the beginning.
It should also be noted, and there is once again John Jones in the chat who said that there was an evolution of names in the case of Dash. It wasn't always called Dash. It was
Mhm.
Xcoin, and then it was Dark Coin, and then it became Dash, which is like an abbreviation of digital cash.
Yes, it's been Dash for 11 years. So just I want to start with that by saying like it's been very consistent for most of the time. The first hallmark of what Dash did was it had the X11 mining algorithm, which combined 11 different mining algorithms into one, and that's where Xcoin came from. The first major feature of Dash was Dark Coin. That was the first name of it, was Dark Coin, because they had this integrated coin join feature, which, as far as I'm aware, again, this is all a few years before I was like paying attention clearly, but from my going back and researching, um, the integrated coin join feature was active, I think, in the first half of the first year. It was like January of 2014 that Dash launched, January 18th to be precise, I think. And it was somewhere in the first half that this feature was launched. And then the name was changed to Darkcoin because this is what we do. We do we do on-chain privacy. And by the next year, there was discussion of changing the branding, because Darkcoin is a very like aggressive name. It's very pigeonholing. It's very like, this is dark stuff. This is for, which is, it's awesome. It's awesome cypherpunk, whatever stuff. But the idea was to bring it to a better mass market appeal. So it's digital cash Dash. The current head developer claims to have come up with the name and pitched it to the founder at the time and stuff, and the community. I wasn't there, so I can't verify it, but I'll take his word for it. But yeah, it's been Dash for 11 years at least.
So why was it called Dark Coin? Because it was used on dark wallets, because it had privacy? And then
Yes.
how did it evolve into something that has master nodes and governance and this system, which I presume was not there since day one?
Yes. So first of all, in the alt sector, as it were, like Bitcoin had an incredible amount of things set in stone at the beginning. Obviously, Satoshi changed a lot of things in the early days, and you know, kind of dictatorially in a lot of ways, but again, it was a new project. But for the most part, Bitcoin was very figured out before it was launched. Of course, tell people today who want to do all kinds of other weird stuff with it that aren't peer-to-peer electronic cash. But um, it was as an evolutionary project. So the idea is we have no privacy on Bitcoin. Let's try to get some on Dash here. What do we do? Okay, well, we need to find a way to coordinate coin mixing, and we need to do it in a decentralized way. So let's pay let's from the network, let's add a node type that coordinates the mixing, but it's not, you don't have to trust a third party to do it. It's built into the network. All right, so then you create a masternode network that does this. Also, very early on I think it was very soon after, there was a function developed called InstantX, which then ended up being called InstantSend, where basically crypto has had a lot of issues with transaction speed over the years. And Dash founder decided, let's find a way to make it instant. So there's a feature that made instant finality. And so Dash is the first crypto to have instantly, permanently settled transactions because of this. If you think about it, there's a lot of things that Dash did first, such as the oldest DAO, the oldest cryptocurrency with an explicit built-in privacy function of any kind. Again, I would say Bitcoin was probably the first, but Bitcoin's kind of dead right now. So the oldest current crypto, the oldest current privacy coin. And this instant transaction feature was, again, done by the masternodes. It locked the inputs of transactions so that they cannot be double spent. And this evolved over time. It was a opt-in feature in the early days. By 2019, it became every transaction on the network. So now every Dash transaction is instantly final and instantly respendable. And it's not like an instant confirmation. It's deterministic finality. So it's not like, okay, well, if you get in 3 Bitcoin blocks, you're probably safe, but someone could roll back the chain, and it's not the same. It can't be rolled back. So it was instant finality and privacy. And now that you have the system, there was something called the Dash Foundation in the beginning, because every coin tried to have a foundation, I'm sure. And it was just difficult to work and just didn't work out, which is how you know, if you ever hear references to a Dash Foundation, such as the iOS wallet in the App Store is by the Dash Foundation, that's how you know how old it was, like how long ago it was created, because there is no foundation. So Evan decided, hey, I'm going to create something, a self-funding mechanism where the masternodes can vote on where the funds get allocated. And I can't remember 100%, but I believe that was August, maybe October of 2015 when that launched on the protocol. And so that would be the date of when Dash would be a DAO. And Dash is, there's some people say Dash is the oldest DAO. Some people say BitShares was technically first. BitShares also is kind of no longer really functioning. So Dash is probably the oldest DAO at this point. And so as you start to add these features in, again, feature adding is not good from a narrative perspective, because it's easy to just say, this is this. But if you're trying to solve problems, you're trying to say, we took peer-to-peer electronic cash as Satoshi gave us in Bitcoin, and let's try to make the system better. You keep adding things, you keep evolving it. And evolution, of course, is a big theme of Dash's history, is how do we constantly evolve it to make it, a better thing. Someone in the chat asked about the number guessing thing. We're doing that the whole podcast?
Yeah, just keep going. At some point we will decide that it's time to reveal, because I think that once you reveal the number, they will leave in large numbers. They'll be like, okay, this is over.
I'm more than happy with bribery.
Yeah. By the way, someone asked, for how long have you been paid by Dash?
It's kind of not exactly a super simple question, but I've been working full time for Dash in my current role since the January of 2024. I had a I was involved in some Dash projects since from 2017 to kind of later 2019. And then from 2020 to 2024, that space, I was independent and I had a couple little things in there that I did, like very part-time kind of things that I did for Dash in the meantime for a couple proposals. 2022, most of my I won't say most, but a good chunk of my activity was for Zcash Foundation. I had a Zcash grant that funded me to do a Zcash podcast. So I did that, and of course, I've done freelancing and other work, and have my own podcast. I had some sponsors before, etc. But so like from 2017 to 2019, I did a lot of stuff with Dash, and since 24 and onward is kind of full time. But I still have my own podcast, whatever. Still shit post on X, call Sailor, all kinds of mean names, and that's completely separate from that part.
Yeah, something else that I want to mention, and I'm not sure if you finished your story before I
Mm-hmm.
sort of changed the topic.
Which story specifically? We've been on a few.
Yeah, it's been branching out.
Hmm.
I guess it's fitting that I bring this up.
Mm-hmm.
So early on, and this wasn't that early, but it still was like 10 years ago. You had people like Max Kaiser, who was talking about Dash on his show, which was the Kaiser Report, and he was telling people to use Dash and whatever. And there was
Mm-hmm.
also John McAfee, who tweeted that it's awesome technology in July 20th, 2016, which means it was 10 years and 4 years ago. So
Wow.
it's been a while.
Yeah. So funny thing on that. Do you know Andreas Brecken? Do you remember him? He
I'm
was
sponsored by
shitcoin.com.
SideShift, and he owns
Yeah.
SideShift.
Well, there we go. Shout out, dude. He's one of the best dudes in the space. Um, I interviewed him for something 2017 or no, 2018, 19, somewhere around there. And it's funny. He's a very funny guy. And he said, like, when I first heard about Dash, I thought it was a scam. And one of the reasons he says, because Max Kaiser was always talking about it. So like it must be a scam. And then he actually looked into the tech. He's like, oh wow, this is really cool. But so uh, the the thing about Dash is it's a DAO. It's a true DAO. Anyone who gets it used to be a 5 Dash fee, now it's a 1 Dash fee. But anyone who spends 1 Dash could submit a proposal to the network. That's either a governance proposal or a budget proposal. And if it gets enough votes, it passes and the money gets created every month in the super block. Every month there's like a heartbeat kind of emission that people get money right from the Coinbase. So it's not like there's not a pot of money anywhere. There's not a third party signing things off. You just get newly created coins. And so Max Kaiser wanted to do this show called The Great American Pilgrimage with Steve Baldwin, the brother of famous actor Alec Baldwin. And so he said, oh, I'll do this show on RT News and all this stuff. And so he did it and he got funded for it. And then he decided he was going to be a maxi afterwards and pretend to not have been a serial shitcoiner in his previous life. And I don't remember what I thought about it at the time, but it was, it is what it is. There was a lot of people involved that kind of did that. McAfee never had an official involvement of any kind. It is fun that he said good things. And I know the Monero community is a big fan of his because he said a lot of good stuff about Monero and a lot of like true good stuff about Monero. The thing is, anyone who remembers him heavily remembers he was tweeting, shilling some random shit coin like every
Oh yeah,
single
it was
day for
coin of the
money.
week or something.
Yeah, it's very frequent and it was all paid, or at least a lot of it was paid or whatever. And so you can like McAfee and think he was a great dude, which probably was. Well, and also acknowledging that maybe his words not gospel is not like an Andreas Antonopoulos saying, although there is a clip of Andreas Antonopoulos going over Dash's anti-51% attack protection that he called it a very good and smart way of solving the problem. So there is that, but that was a clip from one of his private feeds, I think, like subscriber only ones.
I was looking for something right now on CoinMarketCap
Mm-hmm.
because one of my memories of John McAfee was when he was invited to speak at a conference where I was
Mm-hmm.
attending in 2019. It was very close to the deadline for his bet that he's gonna eat his own dick if Bitcoin doesn't hit some. I don't remember exactly what price, and he said a very short amount of time. And people had him on via live stream because he was searched by the CIA or something. I'm not exactly
Mm-hmm.
what he was up to at the time. He tried to run for president, and then he was in international waters or whatever. But he was on this interview of sorts during the conference,
Mm-hmm.
and people were asking him questions. And at some point, he started talking about privacy coins, and he was like, "Oh, I really like my privacy coins, and I'm into this Monero, and I like Zcash, and also like Apollo." And everyone was like, "What the hell is Apollo?" But this was his style, you know. He was mentioning
Mm-hmm.
something established, like something that you knew, and he was adding like this low cap shitcoin
Yeah.
next to it, so that you're gonna be like, "Oh, it must be the next big Monero or something." And of course, nobody has heard of Apollo. It's been 7 years now since that moment. Rest in peace, John McAfee. We sort of miss
Yeah.
you sometimes.
Yes. I mean, I think he made the space very entertaining. I don't know anyone who knew him who really had bad things to say about them. I knew his when he ran for president under the Libertarian Party, I knew he I knew the I was close, you know, semi close to his campaign manager. And I remember I hadn't seen him in a while and I went and talked to him later. Was like, hey, how's it going? He's like, hey man, what's up? Hey, so like how did the McAfee campaign turn out for you? And he's like, dude, man, it was like basically the impression was love that guy, but that was insane and I won't be doing it again. Like it's can you imagine running John McAfee's presidential campaign, the amount of craziness you have to deal with?
I'm just trying to imagine trying to manage someone like him in general. Like, not even
Mhm.
for something as specific as running for president, but just getting him to commit to a schedule or whatever.
Yes, just or everyone knows who's ever managed a public figure or public statements by anyone. Having just crazy stuff, like unfiltered stuff, can be a disaster. Someone can say something that can completely tank a project or whatever. Obviously, John McAfee had a very good brand around being a little bit wild. So I don't think there's anything he said that would damage his campaign that he hadn't already said before he started running. So, but also dealing with someone like that has uh, got to be challenging.
I also remember he ran his campaign on a platform of fear mongering about cybersecurity. And he was like, "Oh, all of these internet hackers, they're gonna go for your data, and we're gonna have this doomsday where everything gets leaked and whatever." And I still did not understand from his pitch why he needs to be president as opposed to, I don't know, advisor in national security or whatever.
Mhm.
But he was a wacky character. I
Yeah,
never
and
liked him too much because he came across as scammy, and I felt like sometimes he was invited on mainstream television shows and whatever, and he was giving like the whole space this aura of being wacky and having no idea what we're actually doing, which I guess was true at the time. Maybe that we have become more quote unquote professional over time. But yeah,
yeah,
he was funny to watch.
I'm sure if you dig back in time for the early cypherpunks and early people in crypto, et cetera, there's just a lot of crazy stuff. Like there's a lot of that's one of the things that I think is remarkable about Satoshi, which I'm sure there's a lot of things. But I'm saying there was a lot of like Craig Wright type people in the early days. But the remarkable thing about Satoshi is just the clear vision and clear engineering. Like not we're not just going to freestyle something. We're going to well design an economic system around this money very well, an incentive system. We're going to think through a lot of things. And Satoshi's approach to things, which is very like patient and thoughtful, was very good and very kind of unprecedented for the time. He's obviously I don't know Satoshi, but it seemed like he was very like sane, measured, and reasonable, and in a way that a lot of early times people were not really. A lot of early days people were a little unhinged. So I think that's a good kind of example to follow. But also, I think one of the best things um, one of the best things that Satoshi did was include the Genesis block message of the chance of the bailout of the banks as a kind of reminder of what this technology is. And I think that was the most powerful message you could do, is just say, this is why, and here's a solution. And since then, people have complained a lot without building very good solutions or any at all. And people have also tried to integrate Bitcoin with banks in a way that I don't think is something that should be prioritized. I think we should remember why we are here. Obviously, this is technology for anyone. Anyone can use it for any purpose, and no one should be able to stop them, including ones I don't like. But I think if we have a conscious decision to celebrate and promote things, I think they should be cypherpunk ideals, freedom, and open source tech.
I partially agree with you on the topic of Satoshi, but on the other hand, he was also sort of clueless about what this is really for. He put a marketplace, kind of like eBay, with reputation system and a lot of
Hmm.
these mechanisms in the V0.1 code. And he also had like a broken game of poker. And at some point on the forums, they were having these very early conversations about what is this really for? Like, what can we, when does it make sense to use Bitcoin as opposed to anything else that's out there and involves banks? And there's actually a thread which is called porn on Bitcoin
Mm.
Talk. And it was Satoshi himself who said, well, if you don't want your spouse to see that you're spending on porn subscriptions with your credit card or whatever, you can use Bitcoin for that.
Yeah.
That's interesting. It's just that it was never obvious what this is for. There was no actual use case until Silk Road came around, and ever since Silk Road was gone, I think we have been trying to reinvent the narrative of what this is. I also like to think that this is the reason why Bitcoin is so bad at keeping its own history. Like, we don't remember
Mm.
so many names and so many events. If you ask someone who joined during the latest bull market, who's Gavin Andreessen, he's gonna be like, who? Oh, it must be the guy who said that Craig Wright is Satoshi. And that's like the greatest extent to which they're able to answer the question. They're not gonna be
Yeah.
able to say, well, it's the guy who took on the project after Satoshi left. It's the guy who went on every libertarian talk show to promote Bitcoin and possibly orange pilled everyone who was
Including Roger Ver
early.
for sure.
I think in the case of Roger, it was Ian Freeman, but it was possibly Gavin who went to Ian Freeman's show, and then Roger
Yes.
was listening to Ian Freeman on Free Talk Live, and that's how he heard about it. And then he famously sold his Lambo to buy Bitcoin for prices below $1, and
Hmm.
that's how it became this famous Bitcoiner.
Yes, and Roger's a friend of mine, and obviously, there's everyone's unique. There's some stuff I disagree that he's said or done. There's mostly what I agree with him, but I would say something that Roger and I are very similar in is that we're both sort of, I guess, linear thinkers in a way that one step leads to the next. As far as, is this freedom money? If so, you should have it. Is this good for non-custodial things? If so, you should use it non-custodially. Is this money? You should use it as money. Like those, like very linear thinking. And I think that's what kind of made him sell his Lambo for it, because he's like, I have a Lambo. Maybe I don't need a Lambo. I think I should have this stuff because this is everything I've been talking about, that is like non-government money that just works. And so he just put his money where his mouth is, and there you go. And some people are like, oh, he just got lucky. And like, no, it's a very explicit thing. Of course, the same kinds of thinking can lose you money if you, for example, convert a lot of your Bitcoin to something like Bitcoin Cash that arguably serves the original purposes of Bitcoin a lot better, but the market doesn't agree during a certain time frame and you lose money. So the money gods take, give and take away. I don't think either Roger or I care that much, though. I think we care about things much bigger than money. So I care about, you know cypherpunk money being available for the world, and I just want to be able to feed myself while I talk about it. And other than that, if I make it fantastically rich someday, um it's funny because some people say, "Oh, when did you get into Bitcoin?" It's like, "Oh, 2013," and they're like, "Wow, you must be loaded by now." I'm like, "Well, no, because I like took a below poverty level job just to only earn this stuff to learn how it works firsthand." And it's like, if I had just taken the job that I was going to take and just put 10% of my money into Bitcoin as it went along, I would probably be fully retired by now. And, hope my wife isn't listening from the other room and hearing that because, like, oh my gosh. But, like, that's just about different things, right? And at the end of the day, though, uh, apologies for a little bit of the sidetrack, but money is a tool. It's a fungible or interchangeable store of value. So when you've and exchange of value. And if you value things, you can a lot of times take money and turn it into the thing you value by getting other people to take it. But sometimes you can't. And sometimes there's things you can just go directly to. You don't have to use money as the intermediary. So, like, a lot of people work really hard and they're in their 40s or 50s or whatever, and they've neglected their family. They don't have a good experience with their children. They did nothing but work. And then now they have all this money and they're like, I'm going to retire. I'm going to do what I really want to do. And sometimes it's a lot richer to exchange that money, to not get the money and to begin with, to just get the value, what you value immediately. Have a good relationship with your family, have great experiences, work on crazy fun freedom projects in tech. And as long as you can pay your bills, you don't really need to like amass a fortune that then you tried to somehow shoehorn into what you value, and maybe it doesn't fit. Maybe you're too old to travel, whatever.
Yeah, I can only imagine there's gonna be someone in the chat who's gonna be like, "Oh, that's the discourse of broke people trying to justify why they don't have the generational wealth, the 6.15 BTC, which grants you eternal riches and big titty bitches."
Well, and I would say,
Like you could have had
I,
that easily.
yes, but also to be fair, first of all, I would not be as happy. But also, to be completely fair, I was not offered a clear path to generational wealth either. It was, you're never guaranteed. Like, a lot of early days people bought a ton of Bitcoin and then it pumped or it dumped and they sold. And then they didn't get it. They didn't get the freedom, but they also didn't get the money. And I'm not saying that, like, oh, I would have definitely bought a ton of Bitcoin and just held it. Because also, in, again, I've been a man of modest means for a long time, but after I stopped using Bitcoin as money, I got rid of basically all my Bitcoin. So the market would have rewarded me a lot differently. I don't remember what I had at the time. It was like a half a Bitcoin or a, zero point 0.7 or 8 Bitcoin, somewhere in that range. Again, it doesn't matter because that's so far in the past. But like, that wouldn't have been enough to retire on anyway, but it would have been a good to have a good chunk. And
Well, it
like people
depends on
say,
who you ask. There are gonna be people telling you that you could have bought a private island in 30 years when Sailor is the god emperor of the world,
mm-hmm,
and one BTC is gonna get you like a large chunk of land and servants and your own citadel and your fancy car, big house,
mm-hmm.
7 wives, whatever,
Yeah,
girlfriends
well,
for your wives.
that's the other thing, though, is I do honestly evaluate this with myself as far as my life and my life choices, because I think everyone should think about what they're doing, why they're doing it, what they care about. Do they get what they care about? Should they change their life? I think everyone needs a check in once in a while. And I think I have about everything I want right now. I think I would like to be, about 20 pounds lighter. I think I'm a little chubby, but working on that. Um, There are a couple of things I would like to improve on my house, but I think I'll just do that in a few years instead of immediately. And if I had, that's almost everything. Otherwise, I have everything that money could buy. The caveat to that is, if I had billions and billions of dollars, I would gladly take it and use it to promote causes and things I care about. Like, I would pay for so much development across the top privacy chains to like get them in all these services, to bribe exchanges and things like that, to list all these ones, to, all that kind of stuff. I would donate to libertarian nonprofits and other things like that. I would, do charity things here and there. I'd pay my entire town to fix up all the sidewalks, and like there's a bunch of stuff I would do if I had unlimited money. But as far as my personal things, like I think I'm doing about as well as anyone could from my perspective, at least.
Some people are making fun of my mentions of stuff that you can get with your 6.15 BTC. You gotta listen to
Hmm.
my interview with American Huddle from 2019, I think. And
Yes.
that guy became like quite a character who was popular at the time for saying that you're gonna get obscenely rich with 6.15 BTC, and then he justified the amount because he said he went to the bathroom and measured his penis and was like, this is the length, this is how much I should have, this is how much you should have too. Apparently he's still
Okay.
being invited in random conferences and meetups and whatever to speak, and he's always this optimistic person who talks like a self-help coach or whatever. But we have
Yes.
something more interesting going on right now. There's Jonathan Silverblood who
Oh yeah.
asked the question, what can the Desert Lynx, that's you, Joel,
Allegedly.
say to convince you to come to BCH Bliss next year? And then you said yes. And then Jeremy from the Bitcoin Cash podcast said, ask or answer this, please, asking for a Bliss organizer.
Yes. So I went to the Bitcoin Cash Bliss conference in Ljubljana, Slovenia, a few months ago, and it was a very good conference. So first, a few things I'll say about it. First of all, I'm sure you been to Slovenia. You must have because it's not very far away.
I've only been to Maribor, which is this very beautiful resort in the mountains, for the Nice Hash 10-year anniversary party,
But you,
but not
so you,
in other places in Slovenia, like not Ljubljana, which is the
yeah,
capital.
yeah, it's. I mean, you're familiar. It's a nice place, and I have my little. My wife convinced me to buy an actual souvenir, the little dragon here from Ljubljana there, because I usually just go to places and then just have nothing from them. But um, it's a great place to visit. Uh, the conference stands out in a few ways, the Bitcoin Cash one. First of all, I have found, and I haven't said much of this publicly yet, but as of after I've been to like 10 conferences so far this year around the world in many countries, including the big ones in the US. I don't think I'm going back to the big ones next year, like Consensus and the Bitcoin conference. Maybe the Bitcoin conference because I know the organizer and he invited me and stuff. But like a lot of these big conferences are turning into like bankster corpo slop, and it's just not getting value out of them, right? The value is at the small to mid-sized conferences. I would consider Bliss to be a smaller conference. I guess because it's what 60 to 80 people, something like that. I don't remember, like in that range. But every talk was relevant to, there was no slop talks or panels. It was all just very focused on Bitcoin Cash and this technology here and this merchant thing there. And it also, the entire conference was in their seats listening to all the talks. And that just does not happen. Like, there was probably more people paying attention to the Bitcoin Cash talks on some random esoteric technical thing at the same time as there were people listening to Michael Saylor justifying why he said he's going to inoculate the market by selling his Bitcoin when he was on stage at Consensus in Miami. Like there was like a scattering of people in the audience watching him at the time. It's probably more total focused attention at the Bitcoin Cash conference. So I I would say also like they're dedicated people. Like they're all mission driven people. There's no like tourists there. The most tourist type people were probably people like me who like I'm a big fan and supporter of Bitcoin Cash, but I'm not deep in the community. I'm not like primarily that. But even then, of course, obviously I'm, a friend of all that stuff. But I think that yeah, it's also interesting because kind of like Dash, people come up with a preconceived notion of what it is and what they're doing, what it's capable of, and then they just never update their information. And years later, the Bitcoin Cash world is very different. The aims are very different. The people involved are very different. There's a lot of people I recognize from the early days, but then a lot of like the big faces, like the Roger Veers of the world, aren't like. I mean, I'm sure Roger Veer's still friend and a fan of Bitcoin Cash, but he's just not like the Bitcoin.com world was like driving it. And so, yeah, I think it's worth going to, especially if you want to, if you care, especially if you care about Bitcoin adjacent technology. I think it's a fun conference to go to.
Yeah, so I don't think you've seen my latest video with a talk that I did like 2 weeks ago in Palma de
Hmm.
Mallorca in Spain. But basically, I presented the history of Bitcoin forks, and I defined forks as, on one hand, soft forks, on the other hand, hard forks. And then you
Hmm.
also have forks, which are basically forks of the Genesis block, which spin
Hmm.
out different blockchains altogether that have their own history, their own identity, their own purpose. And I did show like the evolution of forks, and I presented Litecoin, which I think is like the OG altcoin. It's the one that
Yes.
survived for the longest time. It's been around for a long time alongside Bitcoin. So you go to any
Yes.
ATM
And
or payments
I would.
processor, and you're gonna see that they supported Litecoin. But also put Dash in there because it was the first
Hmm.
one to try, for example, master nodes. It was not the first proof of stake coin, but it sort of did. And we got to get into master nodes too.
Hmm.
But it sort of does something which sounds a lot like proof of stake that's added on top of the mining part, which is proof of work. And I sort of tried to explain that all of these are versions of Bitcoin, because we did spend a lot of time in the Bitcoin space trying to say that only BTC is Bitcoin and everything else is a shitcoin. But then you realize that other projects are making great progress in terms of technical features, scalability, privacy, fungibility, market acceptance. And then you sort of have to face the reality of the market. And you're like, wait a second. Bitcoin is a $1 trillion asset, but then you have $1 trillion in lots of different types of assets. And there's like a Pareto distribution of what's
Hmm.
going on. And if you put your Bitcoin open source glasses on, you're going to be like, wait a second, all of these are Bitcoins. And maybe that we never scaled in layers, or the layered scaling solution was not popular enough. Like Lightning is a joke in terms of total value locked, TVL. It's like 4,000 BTC, I think, at this point. But we do have other blockchains that fulfill the scaling and the privacy and the contracts features that we have been wanting to get into Bitcoin. And I do believe that all of them are Bitcoins in the same way that Ubuntu and Debian are both Linux distributions. They use the same code base. I would argue that Monero is not a Bitcoin because it has an entirely different code base that they did not take directly from Bitcoin. It's more of a competitor. Like, I don't know what's the Linux
Hmm.
equivalent, but maybe
Yes.
it's not quite Linux. It's like another open source. It's like an Android, maybe. But
Yes.
Android, like the kernel, maybe is open source, but parts of it are not. I don't know what Google is doing with that. My point is that Dash, in lots of ways, is a Bitcoin with added stuff, which happens to be master nodes and the built in CoinJoin, which operates at the
Hmm.
node level. And there's also something that was sort of the highlight and the reason why we did this interview. And it's kind of weird that we discuss it about 2 hours into the conversation. But it's the addition of the Orchard pool, which is Zcash level
Yes.
privacy. So we should break all of these topics down to make sense out of them.
Absolutely. And I would say if you want to consider it reminds me of histories of languages. And there was some I think it was a Swedish or some Scandinavian artist that did a very famous, I don't know, very famous, but a language tree model where it showed like the Indo-European languages and like the Slavic languages and the Romance languages and all the branches of how this turned out. And so like for example, a lot of people don't know that Romanian is a Romance language. They don't know it's related to Spanish and Italian and things like that, but with some obviously vocabulary influences from the Slavic world, especially Moldovan. From what I've been told, I've never been to Moldova. I don't have much experience with that, but there's kind of influence there. And then you see like where the Slavic languages go, and then other ones like Estonian or Finnish that is completely something different. But then finish might be like Monero, right? I mean, it's very like dark and like brooding, but also like you think it's similar to like the Nordic languages, but it's absolutely it's its own thing. So all that to say, Dash is sort of a from a code base and inheritance thing, sort of a Bitcoin Cosmos Zcash today. So to go through the history very quickly of the tech. So that we mentioned was launched as Xcoin has the hashing algorithm, then created masternodes, which masternodes are what you would call proof of service. It's not a proof of stake thing because the underlying consensus, everything is proof of work. All Dash transactions are mined, the miners produce all blocks, etc. Masternodes just at the beginning just received extra money from the block reward as an incentivized full node kind of thing that does special features like do the instant transactions or whatever else, but had nothing to do with consensus or security until 2019. So 2014 to 2019, Dash was just purely proof of work, although you could say proof of service because money went to the masternodes, but the consensus and security was only mining. Now in 2019, there was a feature that again Andreas Antonopoulos highlighted called chain locks, which essentially means the masternodes see the first seen block on the network that's produced by miners, and they lock that in and make that the official block. And there's a quorum of rotating quorum of masternodes that goes around and does these chain locks. And any block that conflicts with that chain is rejected. So you have to build on a chain locked block. So that basically means that if the first seen block on the network gets confirmed as with a chain lock, and if a miner comes in with a hostile miner with a 51% attack, they're longer, even if it's a longer chain, it will be rejected if it conflicts with the chain lock. At that point, I think it's more fair to call Dash a hybrid system because even though at the root of everything, miners still produce blocks and they decide what goes in blocks, etc. Masternodes have an input and can reject certain blocks, etc. So they work together. However, even then, Dash would be primarily a proof of work coin because if for some reason the masternode network gets taken down, the underlying proof of work network runs just like nothing, like a normal proof of work chain. Whereas the opposite is not correct. If for some reason you couldn't mine it for whatever reason, the blocks wouldn't be flowing. So that's the sort of history of that. So in 2019, Dash got every transaction was instant and have the chain locks feature. And so kind of jumping back to 2015, Dash's founder, Evan Duffield, at Bitcoin Wednesdays in Amsterdam, outlined this vision for something called evolution, where he said, we're going to do improvements to the protocol to make this usable for the average user. And some of those things will include things like usernames and contact lists and invoices and all that stuff at the protocol level so we can kind of have a modern financial experience. This was his vision at somewhere a little after around when he was like exiting the project for the most part or kind of retiring a little bit. There was sort of an idea that it would there was put on the roadmap of the website that mid 2018 there would be a evolution mainnet release. Now evolution is out and it's much bigger and crazier in scope than the original vision, but it was released to mainnet in 2024. So there's a 6-year gap in the development there from what was idealized and then what happened. And there was a lot of controversy around that, much earned. And not to rehash too much of the past, but the development team and leadership and main developers who were involved from that time were essentially forced out of the project by a DAO vote in 2022. And the current lead developer is kind of like the new he although he's been around for a while, it's kind of like the new I'm gonna get this thing done, and it was finally finished up and is now live and is the basis for a lot of things. So one thing, not only is Dash on its roughly third generation of leadership, I would say, if you could consider it leadership at this point, it's much more decentralized. There's a lead dev, and then I'm kind of the more public face, but also the second generation of people were explicitly fired by the network and not through a majority of what you consider initial things. as a fun fact on that, um, Dash got really popular in the CIS region, the Russian-speaking region, over the last 5 or so years, 6 years maybe, and it was especially some whales from that region, that ended up getting the vote to fire the previous team, essentially, or force them to leave. So that's the thing about a decentralized project, is you have people showing up who are not part of like the first years at all, who just can later come in and have a binding vote and really change things. And that's something that I think that I'm sure if you've had anyone from Decred on, they would kind of echo that thing too, about the importance of governance, of being able to make real decisions and fire bad developers or bad people. I think a lot of people would have loved to have fired Blockstream in the early days, or a lot of people right now with BIP 110 are trying to fire the current core team, and it's just not necessarily as easy. But so that's the perspective on that. Now, to get more technical about the Evolution release, Evolution is a data network and enshrined side chain. So there's two Dash blockchains now, right? There's the main proof of work with the staked element for security chain that's based on Bitcoin. And there's the other chain. That chain is entirely proof of stake because it's run by the masternodes only. There's no mining component to it. And so you could consider part of Dash to be purely proof of stake at this point, even though the main stuff is not. That chain is very loosely based on Cosmos. The consensus mechanism is called Tender Dash, which is, of course, an allusion to Tendermint, which is what Cosmos uses. But it's very changed at this point. I don't know how. It would be kind of like, sir, maybe saying that like Zcash is a Bitcoin fork. It's like, yeah, but it's very different at this point. And so Evolution is meant to be a decentralized data application. And what it does is it allows you to write decentralized data for just about anything and be able to query it without needing a node or an indexer. So the way things work in most smart contract chains, or whatever you call that, is you, in order to, if you write decentralized data, first of all, to call that up anywhere, like here's a list of my contacts that I have friended and I can make private payments with. That list is somewhere. Um, Being able to access it is difficult because you need to know what to look for, what exact piece of information. So you need it to be indexed. Most decentralized data is not indexed or not properly indexed. You need a third-party indexer or indexing service that puts little labels on. This is this, this is that, this is that. And then when you run a decentralized application, first of all, you need to run a full node, and in order to verify that data is correct, et cetera. But then you need to run an indexer or pay or trust an indexer to bring you the data and then trust you that they return the exact data you got. With Dash, first of all, you don't need to run a full node. There's something called DAPI, or the Decentralized API, which any developer can ping, and it's hosted by the Mastodon network. And then you can ping the data, and the data is already indexed, and it comes with a proof, a cryptographic proof that says you got the data that you requested. And so because of that, you can run like a decentralized social media platform, for example, on the Dash network. There is one in production right now where you don't need a backend server whatsoever. The Dash network is a backend server. So this is a very ambitious project. It started to just do usernames and contact lists and things like that. That is live now. So you can register a username, you can add someone as a contact, and whenever you send an invoice, or when you make a payment, you can write, this is for beer or whatever, and that part will be encrypted on the Evolution chain. If you lose your wallet completely, you put your recovery phrase back in, and then not only do you get your funds back, but you get your transaction history with everything that this was for, and you get all your contacts back. So you don't have to re-add people or whatever. So it's just like restoring an old phone, but all in a decentralized way. So all that to say, once we have this cool system built in, there's a lot of things you can do with that. I have been pushing aggressively for a privacy overhaul for a while, because the previous uh, developers who kind of got run out of the project were very conscious about regulation. I would consider Dash to be the most delisted coin in existence. But of course, Monero is more universally not listed, but Monero was not listed in a lot of places to begin with either. Dash had very wide exchange listing exposure and then got removed from a bunch during the whole privacy, the dark times of privacy from like 2019 to like relatively recently. And so the previous development team, I guess, had a lot of issues or were very careful to try to, you know, not get delisted. And unfortunately, it didn't work. And they sort of put privacy on the back burner for a while. And I insisted heavily, and I made some like, I'm going to quit the project if you don't improve privacy until something was done. And we had a few different things that we were thinking about doing for an overhaul. But at the end of the day, I've always been a fan of zero knowledge privacy and talked about what Zcash is doing. I consider Zcash to be the privacy leader in the space as far as from the tech perspective. And it was at Monerotopia this year. I was in Mexico City, and they woke up in the morning and I had a message from the lead developer. He's like, "Oh my gosh, you'll never believe this. I worked really hard over the weekend, and I think I got a basic working implementation of an orchard shielded pool on Dash." And you're like, "Really? That quick?" And he's like, "Yeah, I think it works." So I included a slide on that in my Monerotopia presentation like a couple hours later, just as a teaser. But so from mid-February to mid-July, this was worked on heavily, and now it's live and it's been live for about a week on the Evolution mainnet. There's a shielded pool. There are shielded transactions using Orchard. And so, first of all, I think that that's incredible how fast this came together. As and it's also not just like a copy paste type thing. The Orchard privacy stuff, the privacy circuit is not really changed, but the implementation does have a lot of differences. For one thing, that the evolution chain has 1 second block times and 1 second permanent deterministic finality. So basically, if I send you a shielded transaction, you get it and can pretty much immediately send it somewhere else. There's no waiting for confirmations. And the other thing is, and this is something where I'm going to have to get to a very big deep dive. Our friend Vinny Barbosa did one that he actually just released today, a technical deep dive on how the Dash Orchard implementation works. But essentially, they are able to sync from zero, again, from a brand new wallet from scratch, a Dash shielded wallet in about 20 seconds. Now, anyone who's used like a Zcash wallet or something has spent hours, if not days, trying to sync the entire history because of all the encrypted notes, et cetera. But because of Dash's database structure, this is able to be done much, much faster and much more efficiently. And so another thing that I would really love to see explored is sort of contrasting this with Tachyon, because Tachyon is an upcoming upgrade to Zcash that would basically make it easier for the average user to use and be able to scale to massively, but would come with some important trade-offs where it's not everything on chain anymore, and you would have to have other third party services to sync your wallets, and you, more importantly, your seed phrase would not necessarily be enough to recover all your funds. You need something else with that. Of course, anything unreleased and moving this fast, there's a bunch of caveats too. But I kind of think that there's almost like now for Zcash's privacy tech, there's two branches. There's the Tachyon branch and then the Dash branch as far as two approaches to how to make this work for average people at scale. And so I'm really happy to see this out. And there's a private beta for the iOS wallet that has these features in it, but hopefully within a couple weeks it's to all the main wallets. And I'm talking with a few others to see who's going to be the first third-party wallet to integrate all this stuff. But basically, yeah, so Dash now uses Zcash's technology for privacy, but hopefully with a much better user experience at the end of the day, or at least compared to the way Zcash is today.
So I do have to ask you this because it's very puzzling. On Tuesday, the 28th of July, Zcash is going to migrate away from Orchard and switch to Ironwood, which is the latest
Mm-hmm.
design that they made for the shielded pool, which is also auditable. And what Dash has decided to integrate is Orchard, which is the one that had the inflation bug, which they patched.
Mm-hmm.
And potentially it can have other inflation bugs in the future that we're not aware of, even though I think this one, to get hardened, they used the latest version of Claude Mythos, I think.
Mm-hmm.
Like they actually used an AI to find something which they believe that no human was able to figure out previously.
Yes.
But on the other hand, there's no way to formally or cryptographically verify the supply that's inside of the shielded pool with Orchard. So basically, by integrating this, you're opening up the floodgates for potentially more inflation in the future in Dash. Like, why didn't you guys wait for a couple more weeks to get Ironwood instead of Orchard?
Well, first of all, we've been working on this for far before there was exposed to be a bug. And the Zcash I mean, the Orchard pool has been alive for like 4 years or so and rigorously audited, and no one found anything remotely similar to this up until, again, very recently. And so, especially when you have a very new thing, thankfully the bug was patched before this hit mainnet. But the idea is, of course, to explore formal verification proofs at some point, and hopefully soon, to make things just absolutely kind of ironclad. But I mean, there's plenty of. Sorry, my headphones talked to me for a second. But yeah, it's definitely going to happen. But again, evolution, things get improved over time. I think that people didn't know there was no talk of formal verification proofs even like last year, for example. A lot of this is new because AI has gotten very powerful. But we are, of course, um, we do have responsible disclosure agreements with uh, Zcash teams, and we share information. And it's definitely going to be something that will be, folded in, in time. So, I in all of Zcash's history, and I would say Monero as well, and then add in Pirate Chain and PayBack and however many others that use a similar type of zero knowledge
I
setup in
think
some
Pirate
way.
Chain is actually stuck on the sapling
Or
pool.
yes,
They
I
did
think
not
that
integrate Orchard yet.
from my understanding, so first of all, Dash is the second cryptocurrency ever to integrate Orchard. I believe Pirate Chain has Orchard on testnet, and I guess I can ask the community, or I have some contacts there. I guess I can see what their plan is as far as that's concerned. But yeah, so there's a lot of cryptocurrencies that for since 20, let's just say since 2016 when Zcash came out, all the usage, all the valuation, all the everything was on protocols that have no even concept that there will be anything like formal verification in the future. So, like Zcash's entire meteoric rise in the last year or so is all based on not even thinking there would be a formal verification proof. Of course, then now people are thinking about it a lot because there was an inflation bug that very likely was not exploited, but it still is there. There could be other nasty surprises waiting in other cryptocurrencies, but it's an inherent risk. The thing about these inflation bugs is, I'm sure, as you've covered the issue so much over the years, is the big thing you don't want is utter and complete destruction of the value of your cryptocurrency. Like that's like you can't come back from that. As far as I'm aware, that might have been what happened to Bitcoin, what ended up making it kind of go away. And that has happened in numerous privacy projects over the years that have had an inflation bug that just kind of killed off the project. So that is, first of all, not possible with Dash because of, obviously, you have the turnstiling system where you have an orchard pool. There's only so much that's in the orchard pool that can come out. And also, Dash's proof of work, no more than 18.5 million or so supply on the Bitcoin based chain is, absolute. Ever since 2024, when the evolution chain was launched, there's no new token or whatever. Dash is bridged from the core chain to the evolution chain. So there's an asset lock. So if I want to move one Dash from here to the other chain, there's an asset lock transaction that locks the assets on the core chain and mints the equivalent amount of Dash on the other chain. And then in order to take it back to, the real Dash, you basically burn those credits and unlock the asset. And that's kind of how it works. So there's already a turnstile on the completely transparent evolution chain. And so then it's kind of double turnstiled almost, where if you have money in the shielded pool, if there were an inflation bug, no more can leave the pool than was in it. And then even if for some reason there was a bug on the transparent side of the evolution chain, you would see that, but you can't ever get more assets unlocked from the core chain than do exist. So the risk, as always with these things, is if you have money in a shielded pool and the shielded pool is exploited, then if someone could withdraw your money instead. So it's more of like a theft thing than it is a death of the whole protocol thing. But as you mentioned, of course, with formal verification, that would be, I think every project needs something like that. Do you know off the top of your head if anything is like that is planned for Monero with full chain membership proofs?
You mean formal verification?
Yes.
I'm not 100% sure. I haven't followed the topic in a long time, but it's still baffling to me because I was so right about FCMP++ on Monero. Like I was saying, just wait, it's not coming out as fast as you think. People were saying it will be out by Monerotopia this year, which I think was in February or something.
Mm-hmm.
And then, of course, they need a lot of testing. They need to be sure before they deploy this that it's actually safe. It's new cryptography, which honestly Monero
Yeah.
almost never had because they took
Mm-hmm.
first it was a fork of Bitcoin, and then they started taking technology from Blockstream's research, which is ring signatures and confidential transactions, and then they took bulletproofs, they took Dandelion. All of these were researched by guys affiliated in some way with Blockstream. And now
Yes.
suddenly they
Which,
decided that
by the way,
they have
that's
two or
why
three.
even though Monero is not a Bitcoin fork at all, it's not a Bitcoin, it's kind of a cousin almost because it's so much Bitcoin stuff and ethos and stuff ended up in Monero. Anyway, sorry, go
Yeah,
on.
and if you ask like the most toxic of Bitcoiners who says that everything is a scam, like can you think of something that's legit in some way? And he's gonna say Monero because I think
Probably, yeah.
it's sort of the safest blanket that you can put on and not get called out for it. If you say Zcash, even if you do have the technical arguments, you're gonna get called out for accepting the pre-mine. But there
Mm-hmm.
is no pre-mine. We discussed this earlier.
Yes,
But
there
my point is that
the pre-mine which Satoshi also did.
in the Monero community, they were very bullish and enthusiastic about this. And last year, I was like, "Don't worry, it's not coming as fast as you can. Just ping me when it's launched or whatever." And they were very hostile. Like,
Mm-hmm. Of
I
course.
actually ended up selling all my Monero because of that. Because I was like, "You guys suck. I don't want to get you guys rich because I'm holding
Yeah.
this or whatever. I'm out." But my point is that when you deploy new cryptography, which is what full chain membership proofs has, and you only have like a couple of developers that I know of. There's Luke and there's the other guy Justin, and they're like the main figures behind this. Of course, they hire more people to do some work, but it's a lot of work. And it's new cryptography once again. You want to be sure that it's well tested before you deploy it. I understand that most people are enthusiastic about this because it eliminates some of the concerns that exist right now. There was a lot of buzz. I think Super Testnet still runs a website which is called Monero Pwned or whatever.com or something, where he hosts that video from Chainalysis where they show how they eliminate some of the 16 decoys to prove that they know something about who sent the transaction. Like the decoy system, of course, it doesn't work, and it's just a game of guessing. And now with AI, it's only becoming more efficient. If we ever get efficient quantum computers, the whole history that's being stored on a Monero node is gonna get de-anonymized, and it's gonna look just like Bitcoin.
Yeah.
So the benefit of the privacy that you get today in Monero is perishable in time. It's like buying something like fruit or something. If it's good while you enjoy it, but if you hold it for too long, it's gonna become rotten. It's kind of the same with the Monero privacy, and it's part of the reason why I don't like it so much. I understand the network effect, I respect the adoption and the community and everything else, but you gotta be honest about what you have. It's gonna be just like Bitcoin in like a decade's time, and all your transactions which you thought were private forever are gonna get de-anonymized. Of course, there are foot guns in designs like Zcash and the Orchard pool that you integrated. Like people can think that they're making private payments when they're actually not, and they can make stupid mistakes. Like let's say that they have one Zcash or one Dash, and they shield it, and then they unshield the same amount minus the transaction fee. I mean, it's sort of, they do have some deniability there because maybe it could have been someone else owning the same amount, but you're diminishing your anonymity set if you're ever doing that. So if you put something in a shielded pool, you should withdraw in smaller amounts over
Mm-hmm.
time, not in the same moment to make it look like, okay, there's something happening here. And you shouldn't consolidate your coins afterwards. That's another thing. Most people don't know how to use UTXOs. I think that I'm not sure about Dash if it has UTXOs because I never
Of
ran a
course.
node.
Yeah, of course it does. As a Bitcoin fork on the main chain, it has UTXOs.
Yeah, that's part of the learning process when you're dealing with something that has optional privacy. But
Mm-hmm.
anyway, I sort of drifted away from the main topic. I want to ask you, what's the user experience like with Orchard on Dash, and which wallets or services are going to support it? And do you fear that there's going to be situations where people unshield from the Orchard pool to an exchange or to an ATM or to some kind of, let's say, service that's selling gift cards,
Mm-hmm.
and then they're gonna have to KYC or submit more papers to justify the fact that they have been using a privacy tool that's this advanced?
Yeah, to sort of answer the last one first, it's an interesting. I I think we don't know the answer to things like that yet, to be perfectly honest, because there's very few crypto regulatory frameworks in the world today. Like Mika in Europe is, of course, the largest one, the most known, I would say. In the U.S., there's trying to pass the Clarity Act. It still has a lower chance of passing this year. Um, there still has not been a lot of actual regulation around this stuff. In fact, almost everywhere, any kind of stuff about privacy, there's been very little active banning of privacy in crypto around the world. Almost none, really. It's been a lot of regulators, the government has been putting pressure. There's been exchanges and financial institutions that don't like it, and that's caused a lot of delistings. But like making it illegal is not really a thing. Now, in terms of the as I mentioned, because like the most comprehensive framework about this stuff, and it's caused a lot of damage in crypto. But as far as what privacy is concerned, you have to be able to point to the origin of funds for custodians. So there's no laws in the EU, as far as I'm aware, that have anything to do with self-custodial peer-to-peer type things. It's all for CASPs, or crypto asset service providers. And so in order to make a deposit to a custodial exchange, a centralized exchange, you need to uh, prove the origins of those funds. And so that's why Zcash and Firo and maybe some others implemented an exchange only address format just for the EU, because then if you can only receive from a transparent address, then you can always prove that you have that. So you can be completely private your whole life, and when it comes time to deposit to the exchange, send a transparent address which immediately goes to the exchange. And that's kind of it. Now, the AMLR, the anti-money laundering regulation, which goes on top of Mika, it's in addition to Mika, has some language in there that, depending on the lawyers I've talked to, have disagreed, where it seems like it says that CASPs are not allowed to service cryptocurrencies that have anonymity features. And my reading and what a lawyer that I engage with has said on that seems to be, if you have protocol level privacy at all, you cannot be supported by centralized exchanges. And on the other hand, I know for a fact that Kraken still operates in Europe and doesn't seem to be planning to delist the assets that it does have. I know there's a few things like the CoinGate payment processor, as well as Kraken, that support either Litecoin or Dash or both, that have explicitly banned MWeb or CoinJoin transactions from being deposited. So their interpretation of where this goes in Europe, at least, seems to be custodians uh, just can't receive private transactions. But if someone can do MWeb on Litecoin somewhere else, or someone can do whatever coin mixing thing on Dash somewhere else, that would be something else. It seems like we don't really know how that's going to shake out as far as like making payments for things. Like at one point, it might be that private transactions are just banned from some things like that, in which case, obviously Monero, Xano, some of these other ones are just never going to be able to be used. So it might be that some of these things will make you unshield first and then send. In which case, from in analyzing the blockchain, if everything's private, no one can see anything. If you unshield a transaction prior to sending to, say, Bitrefill, then someone can see someone withdrew from the shielded pool in this amount and sent it right to Bitrefill. And that doesn't really give a lot of extra information. Now, right now, what you can do at the protocol level is you can unshield and bridge to the Dash main chain, the core chain, in one transaction. And the only caveat to that is the instant transaction guarantees are not quite the same because they lock inputs of transactions like UTXOs, right? They lock inputs, but there are none for, just like a Coinbase transaction doesn't have inputs to it. So there's no ability to lock that. So it's more like say a Bitcoin Cash zero conf transaction. But so there is a possibility that they would want that some services would only want things that did not originate from a fully shielded pool, in which case you'd have to build in some sort of a logic of a double click where you withdraw and then pay, click and then click. But thankfully, when you have instant settlement, this should be able to happen in 2-3 seconds, as opposed to just waiting minutes, and having to have a transparent balance for spending is probably not a thing long term. So yeah, just to answer that, I mean, I wish there was easy answers to that, but we really don't know how things are going to shake out. Now, as far as like wallets and services, the official-ish Dash wallets, Dash Pay, Android and iOS, will have this feature in it. I believe in the next few weeks. Now, the iOS wallet is in public. I think it's a private beta right now. I'm not sure. Maybe public. But there's a beta version right now where this is live on mainnet, but there's not a lot of users because it's not publicly released yet as they're doing that. The Android version will follow hopefully very soon after. Some people are telling me it might be around the same time because it's moving faster. But basically, those ones, you'll be able to do that in the next few weeks. A third party, but still Dash DAO funded developer, so maybe not for third party, just a different Dash developer, released a Dash desktop wallet, which I don't know if it's embarrassing to admit this, I only found out about that today, that there is a desktop wallet that has shielded transaction functionality. That's all that I'm 100% sure about. I am working to get third-party wallets onboarded as quickly as I can. I believe Edge Wallet is one that has explicitly said that they are going to add in this functionality. I'd also like for Stack Wallet, because again, Diego is a great guy. I love that whole team. CypherStack is great. And I'm just going to be working on everything I can. As a caveat to that, as an additional fun fact on that, there was going to be a completely different privacy direction for Dash's overhaul last year. And the main developers did not have the ability to work on this. So I got a budget from a nonprofit called Power Up Privacy, which has also funded a lot of things in Vero, for example. And I hired a couple of developers to start working on this as like a side project, completely separate from everything else. Because this thing happened, now a lot of that budget that I had that was going to do kind of in my opinion now, a lesser version of privacy, I'm now going to be using to help get wallets to integrate this new tech. Because a lot of times when you're working with wallets and stuff, you can say, you should do this, man. And they're like, cool, next year. Like they don't, it's not always urgent, but sometimes if you're saying, hey, we can give you a small grant to prioritize this, then they'll be able to do it. So that's kind of my sprint for the rest of the year, is to try to get it involved everywhere as possible. Merchants are always going to be tricky, but it's evolutionary. And just like Zcash, I would call Zcash private by default for a couple of reasons. First of all, Coinbase rewards, but second, because all the major Zcash wallets default to shielded transactions. So my definition, that's default. So it's something that it will take a long time to do. I do think that we can do a good job of it if we work really hard, but I would love to see a Dash private by default in at least all the consumer facing stuff. So anytime you're receiving and transacting with Dash, it's fully shielded, or if you receive transparent, it'll do like an auto shielding or something like that.
I like your answer. It sort of covered everything. I see that people still post numbers in the chat, and I'm like, I'm pretty sure that every number from 1 to 100 has been covered. Maybe we should have
Yeah,
expanded the range.
pretty funny. So yeah, I have to turn my air back on. I turned it off because it was cold in the room, because I was trying to I usually keep it cold because my CPU used to be overheating. But thankfully, I installed some of these fun fans here. I don't know if you've ever added fans to your computer, but it's a fun way to get in the guts of it and figure it all out. So yeah, there you go.
I remember
You're up.
adding fans to my Raspberry Pi because my Lightning node was running hot.
Yes, I ran a Lightning node just on my computer. It was an Umbrel node, and Umbrel is supposedly the easiest to set up, and it still was a big pain. Um, I switched to an SSD because my other hard drive went way too slow with the blocks. But Umbrel was, is what it is. Managing your own Lightning node is a giant pain, though. I don't know why anyone does it if you're not paid to do it.
I mean, even Umbrel today, they sort of pivoted into personal cloud storage system.
Mm-hmm.
Store your pictures, your files, your whatever. Your personal
Mm-hmm.
iCloud or something like this. It
Yeah, that's
makes more
pretty
sense
funny.
for them. And they also added some local AI models and whatever that you can install. Like they're trying to pivot away from the original use case because it wasn't that popular, and they're trying to grow outside of it. And I don't blame them for it. Good for them that they can make a business out of it.
This is something that I guess I have a lot of criticisms of the way Bitcoin development went, as far as protocol and governance issues that might have caused the hijacking or whatever it is. One thing I do always admire about the Bitcoin world, and I think is worth imitating, is the purely for-profit ecosystem. And it's like, how if you imagine if you were funded and have a giant VC war chest, how long you'd be pushing dumb tech that doesn't work anymore. I like that the free market forces you to go bankrupt if you don't pivot and solve problems. It's like the ultimate fire um, under people to get them moving. And I have to admit, like, I'm just naturally a very hard worker on things. I work very hard for free for things that don't pay me, etc. But I do admit that there's nothing that makes you solve a problem better than a financial incentive. Like, I need to figure this out, or I won't make enough money to feed myself. I need to, or like my podcast is making money, but not enough. How do I fix it? And I think that there's a lot of people, and crypto, by the way, has a very weird relationship with money, because literally we created the most, or Satoshi, and therefore the rest of us afterwards created the most radical free market system in the world in just like an open source thing. Bitcoin is highly financialized. Every essential function of the network is paid. You pay fees to do things, the miners get paid. Everything's kind of runs on a closed economic system. But a lot of people don't like making money. They think it's dirty. If you take a salary or you pay for things, and like I've heard a lot of people call things like the dev tax, but no one talks about the miner tax. Like miners get a piece of the block reward, or in a lot of cases, all the block reward, regardless of what anyone does, or did you just get it? And maybe because there's a competitive thing where which miner gets it is more competitive, but it's still just a coin allocation. But people get weird about, well, if you pay developers, that's evil, or if you pay stakers, that's evil. But like if you pay miners, that's not. And people have a lot of things like that where if you have a for-profit business, such as like the New York agreement entities, that making money is bad. And especially in Bitcoin, it's very strange because Bitcoin is all about money these days. It's all about big money coming in, the money going up, the number going up. But then there's the skepticism of making money in other ways. And it's a little incongruous, let's just say.
Well, yeah, but to be honest, like you can run the network without developers and without marketers and whatever. Of course, it's not gonna grow as fast, and maybe you're gonna diminish its chances of competing against the others. But without miners, they're like the most fundamental need that you have to have someone to secure the network and keep it running so that people
Mm-hmm.
can transact on it. Like I do understand the incentive here. Of course,
Yes.
with developers, it's a lot more subjective because you can pay people to do a lousy job or not do it at all. Like, I think yesterday or the day before, we had this announcement of $15 million being invested by Blockstream and BlackRock and MicroStrategy and all of these companies. Like, they called it a consortium, which is a
Mm-hmm.
very fancy Latin term for a group of people
The
or
cabal.
organizations, and they provided this kind of funding over the next 3 years or something for Bitcoin development. And it does sound like a lot of money, and it does make you wonder, like, what are these people gonna build? Because the culture does not enable anything to get added. I think the only consensus right now is that yes, there needs to be some sort of quantum resistance built in, but also think that the incentives are perverted towards wanting to freeze Satoshi's coins. Sailor talks about this regularly. He's like, well, we're gonna find out how many lost coins there are out there. And if there are like 6 million or whatever, the number's gonna go up because we know that only 21 minus 6 is 15. So only 15 million coins are active or something. So it's gonna be like a proof of being alive or whatever whenever the
Mm-hmm.
quantum upgrade happens. And I think that's the only consensus that we have towards making an upgrade. Otherwise, you have people wanting vaults and also this covenant stuff, and it doesn't
Mm-hmm.
seem like we can even agree on which one. And I think this was like by design, it was on purpose that whenever we agreed that something is good enough and we can go towards activating it, there was something else that came out and they were like, no, but this is better. We should consider this one. And then there was another one and another one. And in the end, we ended up with nothing. I think it happens a lot like this with
Mm-hmm.
proposals. And once again, $15 million in Bitcoin development funding that will probably go nowhere, except for, I guess, developers flying around the world, going to conferences, explaining that this system is powerful and perfect and sound and it doesn't need to have more improvements. And if there are improvements, they can be like 1% speed up of the node running process, and then everyone's gonna clap and say you're such a genius, congratulations, you deserve the grant, whatever. It's kind of depressing, but then you see projects like Zcash that struggled for many years
Mm-hmm.
and were able to come up with solutions to all of their shortcomings. Because seriously, like I remember when Zcash was kind of the industry joke for a while because they overpromised what they're going to do, and then they had the first inflation bug in, I think, what was the first pool called, Sprout.
Sapling or sprout, yeah.
In Sprout, and they could not disclose it to anyone until they actually did, and then everyone was disappointed and were like, oh, it's so over, whatever. But to their credit, with not too much money, they were able to come up with what's it called, Halo 2, and then Orchard,
Mm-hmm.
to remove the trusted setup, to
Mm-hmm.
constantly refine on the model, and now they're back in the spotlight, which is like one of the best stories in all of this industry, because I'm not aware of projects. I maybe Dogecoin came back, but for reasons which concern the fact that Elon Musk decided to endorse it. But we haven't seen anything like this before. Usually it was just floating around the same price and just underperforming, maybe being in the top 200 somewhere. And I think Dash also had like a short resurgence. I'm not sure if you guys are ever gonna go back to $1,500 or something, whatever the all time high
It's too
was.
low. Let's go. Let's get higher than that. I don't
But who
know.
knows, maybe adding privacy and this whole privacy meta is gonna contribute to creating more adoption outside of the centralized exchanges realm.
Mm-hmm.
I do see, and I've talked this with Polstores also, he's launching eCash next month. And he doesn't want to pay for exchanges to list it, which is something I really admire. And I made him aware of the fact that all the wallets nowadays are sort of exchanges
Mm-hmm.
themselves. Like you can swap between coins. You don't really need people to register to KYC services anymore. And sometimes these wallets don't even have limits. Like the KYC limits that tell you cannot do more than, say, $5,000 per day or something. And if you do, you're gonna have to upload more documents. There is no such limit for these swapping services. And
Yes.
I think this is what Cypherpunk, this is what's really cool about this industry and what we're building. We're routing around the fiat rails, which maybe have been useful for onboarding, for buying the first coins, but it's something that we have to get away from. But also, we need to design the price discovery system so that it's not the same 8 to 10 exchanges that determine what the price is.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. And um, this is something where you kind of have, so Monero was not on a lot of exchanges for a lot of technical reasons, right? The technology and not being a Bitcoin fork made a lot of things more difficult to integrate. But then also because of whatever it was, early reputation or just the inability to be transparent or whatever other collection of things, just did not reach a lot of exchange listings. And then when privacy crackdowns happened, all the privacy things started to, all the assets with any kind of privacy started to get delisted. Now, Dash, of course, has been one of the most listed coins ever. I think it was top three coin market cap at one point and just hit a lot of the major exchanges at that time. And therefore, when the privacy hits, you get removed from the most things. There was a strategy. Again, I think some of the people who left the project and were trying to make it, were trying to get it on the most exchanges possible and trying to make arguments of like, well, I don't know, it's not like, it's not the same kind of a privacy coin as like Zcash. It's like it's everything's transparent still, even though some of it's hidden. You could technically do the same stuff on Bitcoin. There's all the kind of stuff to try to stay on exchanges, but it not ultimately failed. What I recognized years ago is that exchanges are exchanges are a bottleneck, a centralized issue. And so exchanges are a big issue. The only way through is to decentralize all the things. So when the first I heard about Thorchain, I was like, this is it. This is what we need. We need a decentralized exchange that no one can censor. And I was one of the first users of Thorchain ever during the ChaosNet era, before when it was that public testnet, kind of like the mainnet testnet sort of thing. And I remember pushing very hard for Dash to get on as one of the first coins on Thorchain. Thorchain committed, or people involved with, let's just say, committed to adding Dash. And then I don't know if they committed, but they were talking about Monero as well at the time. And then they did a 180, completely just, no, we're not adding it, sorry. And that was a big bummer. And then I heard interviewing Chad Bareford, one of the top developers of Thorchain. He mentioned, oh, there's some forks, like there's something coming up called like the Maya protocol. And I'm like, I want to hear about that. So I learned about this fork of Thorchain called the Maya protocol. I think I was the first person ever to interview its founder. Uh, and he's the first public interview he had, and before the chain launched. And Dash was the first asset they added after the chain launched. And so, because I knew we needed to be on a decentralized exchange, now Dash is also on near intense as of a few months, and Dash is also going to come to Thorchain very soon in the next few weeks or so. Finally, now that Thorchain's under an interesting resurgence kind of era, and so there's others I'm looking at as well. But basically, the idea is we cannot trust regulators to give us our freedom. I mean, that seems like a very like obvious thing for anyone, but people were just like, yeah, but there's always the yeah, but first principles. Is it decentralized money or is it not? If it is, don't you want it through decentralized ways? So, since we've been prioritizing DEXs, I think that that's really the way forward. That makes you sort of ungovernable, because if you don't prioritize DEXs, if they aren't the number one thing that you rely on for access to your asset, you will have to make compromises. You will have to evaluate when you implement a new tech. How will this play with the powers that be? How will they like this? There's always going to be that thought in people's minds. And so I don't want that to be a thing. I want to just build on decentralized rails first. It has a lot to do with everything else in crypto, about like Satoshi did a lot of really cool things in the beginning that a lot of people unlearned those lessons later, paid for it, and now have to relearn them. One of these things is, of course, I don't think that all founders should be anonymous, but I do think that that key development teams of anything decentralized should be unreachable, relatively speaking, difficult to censor. Um, Also, VC money comes with lots of strings attached. Satoshi didn't have that. That's another thing. The another thing is Satoshi built a very sound economic system that made sense, where you have an inflationary period, it eventually goes down, in Bitcoin's case, to zero, and miners pay for everything, and or miners transaction fees pay for everything, they pay for miners, and then the entire system is calibrated, it just works. A lot of other systems in the future or after that started playing around with economics in ways that didn't work out, such as zero fee things, such as zero fee but not that, or inflation driven or high inflation, just a bunch of things that just didn't work out. And so I think that building decentralized and censorship resistant, building secure, building instant, building highly usable, building private, and building with access to decentralized exchanges, as well as probably being built with at least some programmability of some kind, are those foundations that will last generations. And the thing is, there's a interplay between the now and the later, where now we're building for now in some cases, where you want to build a wallet or a company or whatever that is compliant with all local regulations that are applicable today, and they do serve the users needs today, because that's who you have to have paying your bills. You do need that. But then at the same time, when you're building the network, the protocol, the foundation, that should be timeless. That should work for everyone under every generation. And that's kind of why I think dexes are the most important thing. And a little shout out to, um, I think that's been the biggest problem that Monero's faced, and I'm excited to see some of those changes, because just about 20 minutes ago, I saw a Discord notification of Luke Parker making some significant progress on his Sarai decks, and Thorchain is working very hard on getting Monero swaps there as well. So as soon as you get a couple of dexes supporting Monero, it's like that's it. You never have to worry about, ooh, too spicy for exchanges. It's like, well, guess what? Now you can get anyone can get some. And I think that's going to be a very powerful moment for them.
I think our common friend Web3 Creative is gonna have lots of quotes to extract from this previous statement. for short clips.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Big,
So I
big
think
long
it's a
rambles.
good idea to reveal the number, and then I will carry on with the conversation because I'm starting to basically lose numbers from my feed because for some reason YouTube removes them or something, only keeps you a certain number of comments in your feed. And it's scary, this thought that maybe that someone guessed it first. So this is my other question for you. Do you think it should be like the first person who guessed the number gets the whole reward? Or should it be like everyone who guessed it gets a part of it divided by the number of people who guessed it?
It has to be to, you know, pure, you know, cronyism, or are we going to do socialism? Are we going to socialize the benefits? So how much total is the reward again?
Point 0.1 Zcash, that's like $50. Oh, you
Hmm.
get that too, by the way.
Oh, I think I would say we should um let's socialize it, right? And the only reason I say that is because I scrolled up to find I can't find the first comment that guessed it right because I did see it, and I was like, and I think they got erased. So now that that's gone, might
I
as
think
well
it will
socialize.
come back when I basically end the stream and it's gonna be processed by YouTube and then I will be able to see the whole history.
Yeah, maybe. Well, anyway, do I tell you the number now?
Sure.
The number
Drum
is
roll. I don't see
12.
anything. 12. Okay.
And so,
Did someone
as you
say
can see
12? If you
here,
say 12 right now, I'm not gonna count it. I'm sorry.
yes, you see on this random fan box that I was. That's why I was randomly talking about my PC cooling because it had a 12 on it. I'm like, all right, let's give him the hint.
Yeah, so if
Yeah.
I'm not sure how many. Oh, there's someone who said 12 at 10:53, so it counts.
So let me see. On the YouTube one at least, Rohit, who said I can't type 6 9 combined, whatever. The 12 right before that was already there before.
Oh, there's
Yes.
Vitcher Noir who said 12. There's also someone else named
Arup,
ARUPB who said
Arup.
12. Arupb.
Yeah, definitely getting some. Good for you, Arup. You
Yep.
get some money.
So who else? I'm just scrolling right now. There are at least 2 people who guessed 12. Why 12, by the way?
Because of the fan box I showed. I just because I wanted a way to give a hint, and I don't have a pen near me. Again, who uses pens in the year of our Lord 2026? And so I was like, okay, well, this is a number I could show. Let's just do this. But 12 is funny enough. 12 is how old Dash is. Dash is 12 years old, so that works quite well, doesn't it?
I guess. So if someone had insider knowledge that you like Dash and you count the
Yeah, I don't know
birthdays
who
or
would. No
something,
one would have known that at all. That's like purely private information.
right? So as far as
Fan
I can
insider trading.
tell, there are 2 people who guessed 12. Arpub says thanks, and he's happy that he won. So
Yeah.
one way that we can do this is either you contact me on Twitter and prove that you own this YouTube account. That's one way. You tag me and I will say, okay, show me screenshot or whatever with your dashboard from the YouTube account. Or you can put your Zcash address from Cake Wallet, who's sponsoring this giveaway, into your description on YouTube, and later I will just scroll through the comments again and go to your profiles and see if you have the addresses. So it can be like Santa's stockings, or it can be like soliciting, presenting your ticket and being like, hey, I want to claim this. It's up to you.
Mm-hmm.
There were a couple of questions in the chat which I sort of ignored, but they sound like the kind of questions that come up when you ask ChatGPT, what should I ask this person? Because it was like, what are the challenges of living without banks? And another one
Yeah.
was, what are the pros and cons of privacy?
I mean, the pros and cons of privacy one, I think that could be kind of ignored because the pros of it are people can't use the information against you. The cons are, I mean, not really. Also, as I would mention, um, privacy to me is consent. It's choosing what information to reveal or not. So, for example, a private messenger is almost an oxymoron in some ways, because how can it be private if you're sharing information? But privacy is just that. It's not the absence of information or the absence of sharing it. It's just deciding who gets it. So when I send a signal encrypted messenger, the recipient gets it and no one else gets it. And that's what it is. When I post on X about how Michael Saylor is a big scammer and it's all going to zero, that the whole world sees. And that's what was my intent. I consented to that. I actually posted a picture. I was at a funeral a couple of weekends ago. I posted a picture and said, can anyone guess where this was? And someone managed to find out the exact geographical location that I was at, like literally the exact spot, even though it was just a random picture of the Hudson River in New York. And I didn't say that either, but I was using that to show. So privacy is very important. Now, this Victor Noir says, I said 12 before this guy. Yes, you did say it, so you should be in on it too, I guess. But I could have sworn I saw at least a couple others up there. But anyway, the other one about the challenge of living unbanked, it really depends on where you're at. For example, in Europe, I believe you do need a bank account. Like you can't not have it. It's like a form of identification. You need it, at least in parts of the EU. I know Jonathan Silverblood, who I'm sure you saw in the chat there or on commenting. He also, I'm not sure today, but I interviewed him a couple of years ago and he was living entirely on crypto, but he had to have a bank account for like KYC purposes. They don't let you not have one. But as far as like in the rest of the world, some things are difficult without it. I would say the biggest, most difficult things are related to credit, where you can buy a house completely in crypto. And I know, I'm not sure if I know anyone in particular, but I know a realtor local to me in New Hampshire who has sold several houses all for crypto. So you can do that. You can also pay rent for an apartment all in crypto. It's not particularly challenging. The challenging part is when you want to get a mortgage, get an actual long-term loan to buy a house, because the credit history is all built into the old fiat system, which is banks. And so if you don't have a bank account, it's difficult to get a mortgage. I believe under the Trump administration, something changed where you can now use crypto to get a mortgage, but it has to be, you have to move it to Coinbase or some custodian in order to kind of use that as collateral or whatever. There's a very interesting project called Anvil, which is a protocol on Ethereum that collateralizes things, such as whenever you make a Flexa purchase to buy a burrito with Chipotle with Zcash, Anvil is collateralizing that transaction to basically cover for it in case it doesn't go through, because Zcash doesn't have instant transaction finality, but it's making it instant by collateralizing it. So there's a bunch of stuff you could do with like Anvil, for example, that would allow you to kind of not need the traditional credit system. And there's just a few other things, like sometimes people want like last 6 months of bank statements before this. There's just stuff that's built in that makes it inconvenient. But there are a lot of unbanked people in the world. And in the US, I think there's got to be tens of millions. For example, illegal immigrants, there's at least, I don't know how many there were now, but 10 or so years ago, there were at least like 11 plus million illegal immigrants in the US. And of course, you can't get a bank account. I've had friends who were such. One of my very good friends is more unbanked than me in that he doesn't even have a birth certificate. He doesn't legally exist. There's no paperwork that explains that he exists. So he has no way of getting a bank account, which is also a big pain in the ass, but it's cool because he doesn't have to pay taxes. Because who's paying taxes? Who are you? If you don't exist, you don't have to pay taxes. So that's kind of cool. But yeah, so those are the biggest challenges I would say about that. The
But
other
then
thing
again,
that I
he
was,
cannot
yeah,
drive. He cannot do a lot of other stuff.
Well, you can't get caught driving, um, but there are, depending on the legal setups, there have been people who don't have birth certificates who have successfully gotten passports before. I don't know how they do it, but there's some novel legal approaches that people do. At the end of the day, I would really like to see all this in non-governmental ways where you just have an NFT wallet and all you buy a travel NFT and that just lets you do it. Just other systems, but that's the biggest thing about not having a bank account. Um, Another thing I would say is a little bit more general is the kinds of things that you use, whether it's a crypto wallet, whether it's a service like a Coinbase or something like that, whatever systems you use that aren't the most mainstream just don't have as good support and don't have as good reliability just because they don't have millions and billions of people going through and using them. So like the card system, the is one of the most convoluted and shitty payment systems in the world. Like the layers of compatibility that you need to have your bank card work or tap with Apple Pay or Google Pay and it works. The amount of crap in between there is just terrible. But because so many people use it and there's so much money going through there, there's so much beta testing, there's so much bugs being worked out, there's so much incentive to make it just smooth. So it does tend to work. And so because few people are unbanked, the services for the unbanked tend to be a little, less smooth and less reliable sometimes.
That's a good point. Like here in Europe, we sort of take for granted how much access to banking everyone has. I remember I had my first bank account when I was 14 because I was receiving this monthly allowance from the state just because I go to school. And at some point they decided, for a while we actually had cute tiny checkbooks where your teacher was signing them that you went to school for a month or whatever, and then you could go and claim it, but usually I would claim it at the end of the year, like the whole amount, and save it. But yeah, at some point they asked me to create a bank account to receive my allowance there directly, and I saved it for college. I wish I bought Bitcoin if I knew about it, but once
Of
again,
course.
I didn't know anything about this. But we sort of take for granted the amount of access that we have, and people don't, because we have such high trust societies in some situations. My country shouldn't have it, but for some reason we kind of trust banks now a lot. And people even have neo banking apps which tell them what they spend their money on. They're like, oh, this is so convenient. I know how much money I spend in a month on groceries and whatever. I'm like, are you fucking crazy?
It's
You
funny.
know, they know so much more than what you know, so
Y-
you're just handing out free data about your patterns.
The funny thing, even people who should know better, there is a fellow, I don't remember his last name, but his name is Arjun. He's a Zcash influencer of some kind. You might have seen his
Oh,
posts around.
I know Arjun, yeah.
He posted something about, oh, I put all my financial history into Chat GPT and it analyzed my spending habits and recommended this and that. I'm just like, my brother in Christ, you did what? Oh, so like, eh, I'm sure he's a good kid, but like,
I
man,
think
that
that's
was
cool if
that was
it's
rough.
a local model that's not connected to the internet. I mean, that can
Well, he
work.
said Chat GPT, and
If
I'm
it's
like,
Quen or
I run
Kimmy.
a local model, yes. So I do that on purpose because I want to ask it some things I don't want to be out there. There's nothing I could ask Claude or whatever that would like get me in trouble at all. But I don't want it out there. I don't want them having it, for obvious reasons, privacy. That's the funny thing about privacy and sovereignty is I am one of the people on the planet who probably needs it the least. I don't do illegal drugs. I don't party. I don't commit crimes. I have a boring, stable kind of life. I mean, I do express, even on X, I don't swear on X. Like I'm a really boring person in a lot of ways, and but so I have the least to hide of almost anyone, right? And I'm very generous in sharing information about myself a lot of ways. But I have a fully de-Googled phone. I don't have a SIM card. I have a VoIP number. I use encrypted messaging always. I use NIM VPN for the ultimate everything. Like I've been using Linux for 9 years straight. I do local model. Like I go privacy to the absolute max when I need none of it. I don't need none of it. And I use sovereignty like I don't have anything in custodial. Like every single custodian or centralized service that I've touched could actively try to censor me to tomorrow, and I would be fine because I have everything, in my own stuff, and I know I can privately use them. So even if they detect me trying to use it again, they wouldn't know it's me. So but I have no use for that. No one's ever tried to censor my very boring life. But that's kind of the irony is like I'm a guinea pig. That's kind of what I do is I'm like the Brian Johnson of finance, where instead of experimenting on
No,
myself for anti-agent thing,
It's a bad metaphor. Didn't he
but
reveal
that's
that he got cancer or something? And it's really unfortunate. It's no laughing matter, but in some ways, this guy did not make wise decisions and turned himself into a lab rat. And I don't think you do that at all. You're using well tested privacy technologies, open source software that's pretty cool. And once again, this does not affect your body, your existence, your family, or whatever. It's just something that you do, maybe for a living or just for developing this space, which makes us hopeful about some stuff.
yes, it's I don't know. Again, everyone doesn't know a lot about Satoshi, right? But Satoshi did a lot of. I don't think Satoshi needed Bitcoin. I think Satoshi created it for people that needed it. And I a lot of these things, like how many of the Zcash developers are heavily censored? How many of the Dash developers? How many of any of these people need this to live? Probably very few, but that's not why we do it. We do it for the benefit of humanity. And although I would say I don't think I do this in a sacrificial way. I don't think I'm like doing charity work here. I'm doing it because I value and benefit from a free world. I derive a lot of personal satisfaction from having a freer and better world. So selfishly, I put my life into trying to make the tech and the world a better and freer place because I like a world where everyone lives this way. It just that's kind of the way it is. Some people say like, "Oh, I'm sacrificing for other people," and it's like, no, I'm doing what I want to do for me.
And that's when it works. That's when it makes sense and you know it's not fake. I just realized that I missed the opportunity to crack a joke about Dash going back to Dark Coin with the
Mm,
Orchard implementation.
yes, I've thought about this a lot. I've thought about creating an organization or a project that used a dark acronym or something. I have thought about forking the official wallet and stripping out any kind of like third party integration type thing and making it dark mode and calling it the dark coin wallet. I've thought about this a lot because dark coin is pretty cool and hardcore, but it's not. Dark coin would be for me or for the cypherpunk people. Dash is much more useful for the world, and so it's better that Dash is Dash. But I would still love to work in dark coin somehow in some way, shape, or form.
Yeah, that's really cool. Something else that I wanted to mention during this episode, and it's been 3 hours. We have more than 1,000 live viewers that tuned in for this episode, which is really cool. Thank you guys for
Nice.
coming. There was a time 2 years ago when I wasn't doing so well, and it seemed
Mm-hmm.
like the whole world was turning against me. And it's very weird because, on one hand, you seem like you're losing your old friends, and on the other
Mm-hmm.
hand, a lot of other people are trying to become your new friends and they're trying to lure you into their own communities. And I was feeling very disoriented at the time, and you invited me on your show to talk
Mm-hmm.
about getting canceled and stuff like this. I think it was in April or May of 2024.
Yes.
And you're very candid and very honest about your intentions, and I sort of respected this because I've also been, I think it's called the Crypto Vigilante or something,
Oh,
with Raphael, and it seemed like he had more of an agenda. He wanted me to spill the beans on some hot topics that he could then use for generating short clips or whatever to prove his
hmm
agenda. But I did respect that, and you seem to be genuinely curious about what's
apologies
going
for a
on.
second. My headphones just died. There were a few hours. Let me get some other ones plugged in real quick.
Well, this is why I only use wired stuff, because I know I can go on for hours on end and not have to worry about recharging. It's not convenient to carry this tiny wire all the time. Yeah, I know, but I'm just filling the time, Joel. You have to understand. I'm talking. Once again, this episode is sponsored by SiteShift and Brains, Hash Power, Layer 2 Labs, Cake Wallet, and Orange Rock. Check them out. Are you back? Can you hear me now? I guess you went back to Bluetooth earphones this time and they still need to be charged and connected and stuff like this. Once again, not a problem that you have when you just plug the wire into the port and that's it. You don't have to worry about anything else. I guess he's trying to configure stuff, make it work. Just let me know, Joel, when you're back. I see that he is typing. Doesn't he have some wired headphones? They're much cheaper than any of this Bluetooth stuff and also work every time. What about you guys in the chat? Do you prefer wired stuff or wireless stuff? And I know there's convenience there, but I hate something when it lets you down when you need it the most. Can you hear me now, Joel? This really sucks with the Bluetooth pairing. You gotta check that if it's the right device, that it has this LED that has to turn on and it blinks when it's still syncing. Then you finally connect and there is always an issue. Oh, there's the two winners of this giveaway, which are Victor Noir and RPB. Is it RPB? No, it's Arup B, I guess. And they both say they prefer wired stuff. And Billy Bob says he prefers wireless. Well, you always need batteries for stuff that are wireless. And how do you charge it? That's the issue. You can see Joel struggling here for some time. He still cannot hear me.
Apologies. My headphones are a disaster.
Can
I
you hear me now?
didn't have anyone's paired to my desktop because this thing has worked so well for so long. Let me see if maybe I join this link another device. Maybe that will work.
Once again, this is why I use wired stuff.
Everyone post in the comments. First of all, I will give my reward to someone else in the comments now because they've earned it more than me. But how many times have you post in the comments how many times you've witnessed a guest have an issue with their headphones?
On this podcast or another? Awkward moment. But yeah, I don't recall getting too much of this. I did have one time when I think the internet went off and I couldn't do anything about it. There was no electricity in the whole neighborhood. which ended the interview abruptly. I think that was like 2 years ago. And that was a moment when I started considering this very sophisticated setup. Because, of course, I'm using a laptop, and the laptop does have a few hours of battery after there is no more power. But with the internet, it's more difficult. You gotta put the router into this UPS to get uninterrupted electricity. But the question is, does the source in your building or whatever, does your provider also use a UPS? Because they have a box outside of.
I can hear you now, by the way.
Okay, that's good.
Apologies. They thankfully they charge very quickly, so I charged them just enough, and it started to say battery low a little after we joined, and then now they say battery medium. So logically we should have a few hours, so that's
I
good.
hope so.
All right.
I
Well,
sure
apologies
hope so.
everyone for the chaos. This is what happens when you play an endurance sport. So where were we?
I was just praising you when you had me on your show 2 years
Mm-hmm.
ago.
Oh,
Because
yes,
it seemed like an honest conversation and not something that's, how should I put it, that pursues some sort of agenda or is trying to frame me in some way. And then Zuka watched that one, and that's how he unblocked me basically, because before that I was such a maxi that he considered that I'm not interesting, so he blocked me. I'm not sure how many people remember his blocking phase when even his Twitter description was saying I block people liberally to save the time of those that I value or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
That was like his whole personality, that he's blocking people. I'm happy that he's better now. But he saw me on your show and was like, "Oh, this guy is actually pretty cool." And he wanted to talk to me, which I found very weird. He didn't want to join my podcast. He just wanted to have a conversation, wanted to ask me some questions. And he said that in lots of ways he feels the same in relation to the Bitcoin community, because he started Zcash as a way to improve Bitcoin, and then he sort of got ignored and the culture changed around the Bitcoin project. So yeah, thanks for having me on your show 2 years ago. That was kind of the topic.
Yeah, no problem. Of course, it's consistent. Like as I've mentioned, I'm very like linear in the thinking of. I think a lot of people have agendas with their actions, and I don't have hidden agendas. I have very public agendas. Right? This thing makes sense. I believe this because of this. I try to never say anything that's dishonest. That's not accurate. I've actually tried harder about that because I remember there were some early days where I got caught up in a lot of like the troll wars and stuff, and I was thinking more about defending narratives. Even though I still try to be honest, then I still was trying to defend narratives, right? And now I don't care. I don't defend narratives. I defend narratives I believe in, but I don't like if someone says something negative that is true or fair. I don't really try to fight that. I mean, you see also, I think that letting go of maximalism is one of the best things anyone could do. There is something positive about, as a side effect of maximalism, is you get focus, right? You focus on what really matters to you, and that you get a lot further with a focus. But I think that a lot of like men of science, as it were, like developers, tend to not be nearly as toxic or weird. They tend to just be like, "Oh, this is interesting. Oh, this is cool," or "Oh, I don't think that's gonna work," and just very like direct and open and honest about that stuff. Um, and I think the world's a better place for that. The thing is, for better or for worse, like so. Here's the thing. I am relatively sure that I'm not what is classically considered to be autistic, meaning I don't have an autism diagnosis or anything like that.
But are you on the
But
spectrum?
yeah, probably. And the reason I say probably I mean, some people be like, "Yeah, you think? What the hell? This is a mystery." But the what I say probably is because I don't have something that a lot of people have. Humans are very powerful group thinking animals. They communicate very well with the group. When there's like a new fad, people pick up on it and stuff. And I think we all try to be cool by saying, I think for myself, I'm not influenced by other people. But the reality is, like, for me, I don't hear the message the same way. Like, I don't get it. And so I do pick up on social cues. Like, I talk to people, I see smiles, I see whatever, and I don't have that. But there have been some things where, like, things are cool, things are popular, and you see this a lot in crypto, of course, where there's this narrative where, like, the encrypted Bitcoin narrative, for example, the encrypted Bitcoin narrative with Zcash has gotten very popular. And to me, I don't care, because Bitcoin is what it is. And I think that in 2026, encrypted Bitcoin is not necessarily a positive thing, but it's a message that sells really well. But I don't catch on. And people are angling for things. Oh, I'm with positioning with the cool kids and this. And I don't receive that information that much. That social information of you should do this with the other people. But yeah, to go back to the troll days, I try to de-troll, de-maxify myself to just, you know, be objective about things, and things get a lot better. And there were some, on that note, there were some very bad, there was a lot of bad blood with the Monero community, and just about every community, let's be honest. But like, in the early days, like, Monero came a few months after Dash. And Dash is the oldest crypto that had any kind of built-in privacy features. The privacy features of Dash and Monero up until 2017, when confidential transactions were added into Monero and it was ring CT and all that stuff, they were much more comparable. And the Zcash, Zcash, the Monero community was very aggressive and toxic towards the Dash community in those days. Fluffy Pony had a lot to do with this, of course, but there were some people, even at Dash meetups. Monero trolls showed up and handed out flyers to everyone in attendance with big things saying Dash is a scam. Like, it got very aggressive to where it hit the real world. And that completely died down. And also, as an addendum to that, at the time, somewhere early mid 2016, maybe it was 20, yeah, it was 2016. I wrote some article for Cointelegraph about when the Oasis darknet market had an exit scam and left everything. And it was Monero's biggest, or one of the big darknet markets they were talking about at the time. And Cointelegraph got hundreds of complaining emails and death threats and stuff about it. Uh, the editor in chief of Cointelegraph talked to me, and he says, "Look, people are really pissed off at your article, man." And they said, "However, I can't find a single inaccurate thing you said there." And that article got me death threats, but not just death threats. Someone started a crowd fund to hire a hitman to go after me. And the funny thing about it, I mean, I didn't take it seriously because someone did it in the darknet market subreddit, which is like, okay, if you're going to be a clown, you're going to be like, what, you really think you're hiding from the authorities by posting in Reddit in public that you're doing this? But there was a serious amount of bad blood for that. Now, Zcash later in 2016 came out, and the Zcash Monero rivalry started then, and Dash kind of got left alone largely after that. And they were just going after each other, but for the most, it was mostly Monero sided, but there was some cheeky digs on the Zcash side more recently than before. But the point is, there's been so much bad blood before with the Monero community. And more recently, I've just decided to, not have bad blood unless it's earned. Like, I think Fluffy Pony has earned plenty of bad blood, but Diego Salazar is amazing. I love that guy. He's fantastic. Um, Doug Tooman, we had a couple of arguments online before, but now I would consider him a friend, and he's a good dude, and I would, do business with him. He's great. And uh, I mean, Paul Pui of Edge, I've known him since before Edge started. but he's a Monero prefer. He's not a maxi, but he prefers Monero of all the coins, I think. And again, he's a great friend, great people. There's so many people that are like Monero first that I'm like friendly with, and I think that that's a good and healthy thing. And I think people should do that in other ways. I don't know too many Bitcoin maximalists. I know a couple, but the couple that I know are mostly BIP 110ers, which is maybe less of a maxi these days, I guess, because it's about to be another chain, maybe, if they can do that. I don't know. Um, but yeah, just the privacy wars have been very interesting because they've been the most toxic, the most aggressive on people that are super aligned otherwise. And I understand like a Monero maximalist hating on Solana because you're talking about much more corporate-y, meme coiny stuff like that versus the hardcore cypherpunk. I understand there's a giant cultural difference. And there is a giant cultural difference between the Monero and Zcash communities. I found the vibes are very different. The culture is very different, but the technologies are so close as far as like what they do and their purpose that I don't find a point to any of that kind of like disagreement there.
Well, they're direct competitors. Here's a funny story, actually. I was roommates in Argentina last year with Andrew Miller, who is one of the co founders of the Zcash project. And I think he's also on the
Mm-hmm.
board of the Zcash Foundation, if that one is still
Mm-hmm.
around. And he told me that there was a point very early. So, Andrew Miller is cited as one of the co authors of Blockstream's sidechain paper because he
Mm-hmm.
did some research at the time for sidechains. One of the earliest ideas for Zcash was for it to be a sidechain for Bitcoin, and this was possibly the earliest phase in its development. But someone pointed out around the same time that there's already a privacy coin called Monero, and they can build Zcash on top of it. And this was
That is
actually a
funny to me.
consideration for a while, like a few days. They looked into it, they researched it, and then they said, well, it's too different in terms of code base. It's crypto node, it's this and
Mm-hmm.
that. It takes more work than Bitcoin, and maybe it's better. I think Zuko said this on my show that he got persuaded into seeing what the market thinks about this idea. Because for
Yeah.
the longest time, once again, Zero Cash is a 2014 research paper that was proposed for Bitcoin. It says Bitcoin in it. It's modeled after the design of Bitcoin. And then the core developers were concerned in Bitcoin that this might be a bad idea because of the trusted setup. They turned out to be right on the long term, but I think also wrong because it's not the end of the world if you're gonna do a fork to fix bugs. I mean, it's software. It should be
Of
expected.
course.
I presume that this could have onboarded more people into Bitcoin if they were more open. We could have had more of a Bitcoin maximalist world, which we don't have right now. Not to the extent that we were anticipating. And yeah, there was a point in history, maybe that there's a parallel universe where the zero cash technology was applied to Monero, and those two networks are one and the same.
And I have to say, I am glad that did not happen. For the reason where so full chain membership proofs has been in development for over 3 years at this point. Uh, Dash got Orchard movie working in like 5 months. So clearly, like, which is the quicker path to a more advanced privacy tech? It's very obvious, but uh, you don't want everything to be based on the same code base. It's kind of it's like a genetic line where a single virus could eliminate an entire population, where you want some genetic diversity in case that happens. And so I think full chain membership proofs are because can you imagine a world where um, zero where Zcash based technology like Orchard, all that kind of stuff was the only privacy tech we had really. I think that we'd be in a bad position with no diversity and a lot of risks that would maybe affect the same things. And I really like, if I were to bet on any privacy tech, I would bet on Zcaches, and that's pretty obvious. But I like that there's other things out there. Obviously, like Monero today has technical drawbacks in regards to privacy, but they're fixing them with full chain membership proofs. And even though it's rolling your own crypto and it's a lot of extra work, I want there to be alternatives. I like that we have MWeb out there, Mimblewimble extension block for Litecoin. I like that there's other stuff we still haven't thought about. One thing that's interesting, have you had anyone on from the Quai Network before?
Oh yeah, I've
Yeah,
had the Quai founder
Dr. K.
twice, Dr. K. Yes.
Yes. Their privacy approach is very different, and it's also very similar to the privacy approach on Ryan X. Charles's new Earthbucks project, where everything is it's transparent privacy, where basically what you do is your UTXOs are denominations, and you don't their address reuse is banned at the protocol level. Means you can only receive address at one time. Like you can't reuse them, but also you can't merge UTXOs. So if I wanted to send you 3 UTXOs, you would have to receive them at 3 separate addresses, all in the same thing. And because of like a silent payment style like payment code, you could just do that in one go, just because 1, 2, 3. And every month, I think, or something, there's some sort of a churning event where a group consolidation event where UTXOs get consolidated and they aren't kind of linked, I guess. I have to do extra research into the very details of this, but basically they're keeping privacy with zero anything hidden. Amounts are not hidden, and the transaction graph is not hidden. It's all public, but it's hidden. And they call that cash-like privacy, in that it's like cash where you can just transact, no one can link it, but it's not, everyone sees cash moving around or whatever. Now obviously, it should be obvious at least, I don't think this is nearly as good of a privacy approach as like zero knowledge stuff, but you don't have to ever worry about inflation bugs. And I just like the idea that there's a different approach being put out there, because I kind of feel like CoinJoin is sort of at the end of the road. I kind of think that I'm sure Dash is going to remove that from the main protocol at some point. At least that's my guess, or at least it'll fall out of use. Decred is still focused on that though, and we'll see where that goes. But I like there to be some diversity, even though we all should be focusing the most we can on what works. That's another thing I like about Quai, is I have become more a fan of proof of stake, or at least hybrid models, over the years. Um, and if you ask Justin Bonds, he's very much of a proof of stake maximalist at this point. But I like that Quai is innovating on proof of work and pushing it forward and doing new things that other chains aren't doing. In fact, I think that's one of the reasons why they sponsored the Bitcoin conference this year, that a shitcoin was allowed in, is because they were sort of hardcore proof of work maxis, and that kind of was very interesting to Bitcoiners. So I don't want to just rely on one thing, like for financial sovereignty. Like I don't want there to just be like one like just one approach, where if something happens to that approach, we're all cooked.
Oh, I agree. So from an open source software point of view, it's good to have different code bases with different implementations and variations. It makes it more robust, more difficult to censor. I think Ross Ulbricht made a very good case when he did his
Mm-hmm.
speech at the Bitcoin conference. I think it was last year. It seems like much longer ago, but everything happens very fast in this space. You have a lot of information in a short amount of time. But he did make this case with this metaphor about beehives, and how the more of them that you
Mm-hmm.
have, the more difficult it is for someone to remove all of them at once. And if you want to attack them, you're gonna have to carefully go for each one and remove them. And it's very obvious when one had been removed that something's happening, and you can become alert. So yeah, I do like this, but then you get the economists who are gonna be like, well, money converges towards the, the soundest one, the one that makes most sense, and it's better to have
Hmm.
just one currency. And since we have this Bitcoin that can theoretically still get turned around to be turned into what was supposed to be, let's just focus on it, and maybe we're gonna find solutions for this problem and workarounds and blah blah. But after a while, you realize that people build stuff, and that's possibly the most depressing side of Bitcoin. People build stuff and nobody cares. The users are not
Hmm.
coming. So, for the longest time, the maximalist thesis has been that we're gonna have everything on Bitcoin. And then you get projects that actually figure out ways more or less hacky or more or less trusted, but they do bring features that you have in Ethereum or Zcash or
Hmm.
other projects on Bitcoin. And then you realize that the amount of users is very small, and not too many people actually care to really try, because the culture had been compromised to the point where people say, well, I just hold in cold storage and do nothing, or even worse, I hold everything on an exchange because I don't trust myself to secure 12 words on a piece of paper, and it's gonna be on this Coinbase or whatever because it never got hacked, and that's the end of it. And it's really depressing when you think about it, but it's part of this whole institutional asset phase where people
Yeah.
don't try new things. They don't. New technology comes to you and it's just there for you to try it. You just download the wallet and you can test it. You can make your own opinion if it's useful or not. But people don't do that because they just want to huddle. So, from this point
Hmm.
of view, it makes sense to launch new networks where maybe the stakes are lower and everyone is more relaxed. If one coin is like $50 or whatever, as is the case of Dash right now, or maybe it's 30, I'm not sure. People are more relaxed with trying features. They don't have such contentious conversations about implementing new stuff because it's sort of obvious that if you add more use cases, you have more potential for attracting users. Or if you add new technology that strengthens the current use case, it just makes the users trust the network more or whatever.
Hmm.
One question that I do have about Dash right now, and maybe it's very late into the interview. I don't know who's gonna listen to this up until the end, but regardless, how come you guys never added something concerning tokens and smart contracts and whatever, and it was focused only on payments?
Well, the focus on payments comes from the digital cash thing. I guess you could say Monero is sort of the same way. There were some things like ordinals not too long ago that got removed because of privacy issues. But a lot of it was there was this idea of once we launched Evolution, we're going to do everything on that. And of course, that became there was a lot of, you know, now in retrospect accurate kind of jokes about Neverlution, calling it Neverlution because it's never coming out. And it's like what it finally did come out. We do have tokens on Evolution now. There are tokens and NFTs, there are functionalities on them. In fact, I can send you some Lynx bucks if you want. I made my own token called Lynx bucks that I send to people. Uh, but the interesting thing about tokens, of course, is uh, Zcash. One of the I'm good friends with, of course, Zuko, but also like this the Shielded Labs teams. I of course I know some people at Zodal too, but I'm closer with the Shielded Labs folks. And I remember when Zcash was going to use we're going to use Crosslink to do a hybrid model. I remember there was talks. In fact, my very first episode of the Zcash podcast that I did back in the day, I had Nathan Wilcox on, and one of the things he said he was talking about was why he thought it was good that they were going to transition Zcash to full proof of stake. So that was 2022 or so. There was talk of Zcash shielded assets. From my understanding, as of right now, with the shifts, etc., that we've had, um, I don't. First of all, full proof of stake seems to be off the table for Zcash, at least for now, if not permanently. Um, Crosslink in a hybrid system might even be in doubt. But Zcash shielded assets are also, for the time, off the table. I don't think Zcash is going to implement shielded tokens for I would say at least a year, but maybe never. So Dash is going to be the first orchard shielded pool for tokens. And I don't know when. I believe right now the shielded pool is just for Dash. It's not for tokens, but there are tokens on Dash that have quite a interesting range of functionalities. And so I'd hope that by the end of the year there will be shielded assets on Dash, which I think could be really cool. Just need to get some like a I don't know if people like stable coins, so get one of them in there, get some other things, and I think it'll be a good bonus. The thing is, like at its root, Dash is still very much of a Bitcoin coin at the very Bitcoin like at the core level, but then this whole very evolutionary thing is on a different side, and Dash is getting a smart contracts at some point. I don't know the timeline, but let's say by this time next year probably. And so it'll be sort of a merging of like a Zcash and a Solana kind of pressed into one ecosystem. So all the evolutionary things will of course be there, and then of course it'll be developers. Whatever you do, you need to build a lot of tools, you need to build a lot of other things. The real thing is, I think that crypto is kind of going through an interesting consolidation phase. And I have talked to, I don't know if you how much you is come across your timeline on X, but it seems like every 3 days there's a new major project just shutting down. And I've actually been on a call with some private equity investors that are looking at crypto projects, including ones that pretend to be decentralized in the top 200, and trying to buy them out and shut them down. There's a massive like corporate acquisition thing going on in crypto right now that it's not publicly talked about by a lot of people. A lot of the space is going to zero. Everything, kind of, almost everything is going to zero soon. Of course, I'm talking sound like a Bitcoin maximalist at this point, but it's true that a lot of these projects just aren't getting users and aren't going to survive. And I think that one of the best examples of thriving and surviving has been Hyperliquid, of course, but it's a new project, but it has a very strong product market fit. Maybe a better example is Near, because Near again was lost in the giant array of Ethereum killers / Solana killers. But Near found a way to deliver products, and as far as I'm aware, almost all of Near's revenue or whatever comes from Intents. The Near Intents is the one big product that's a good product market fit and a lot of users. And they're focusing on other things like AI and other things. We'll see how that goes. But trying to find a product market fit really works. Zcash, again, was doing a bunch of stuff and now is focused on that like encrypted Bitcoin at planetary scale, whatever the meme or narrative is, but they're very focused on just that kind of digital cash, private digital cash thing. We've been focused on that as well. And the thing is, in order to get, you do need to evolve to do lots of things. And I kind of feel like Bitcoin didn't really evolve too much, and where you have spam problems, the BIP1 tenors have the wrong way of looking at it. They're looking at it that you can do too much on Bitcoin. But I view it as you can do too little. Therefore, the only thing that makes sense economically to do is kind of like graffiti, like just random crap that like you never use, because you don't have the transaction capacity for repeat financial transactions or other things like that. So it's always a balance of like you need to have enough functionality and services to do your one use case, but you can't. It's a surprising amount. Like just to be a digital cash, it's like, okay, well, you need to be able to make instant payments. That's great. You need private payments. That's great. But how do we communicate with each other? Well, we need human readable usernames. Okay. Well, you just have to remember those and store them in a centralized database. Well, no, we need our own database to store your contact lists. Okay. Well, now you have a whole data storage thing you have to create. What about encrypted metadata and invoicing things? Okay. We have to have that. Okay. Now we need a stable coin because no one wants to transact in a volatile crypto. Okay, well, how do you do that? Now we need a token functionality and then smart contracts for like a bridge and Oracle and all this other stuff. And then like before you know it, you're doing everything just to do one thing, which is be a Venmo, a decentralized Venmo. So it gets very complicated, but then also a lot of um, projects are building for no users. It's just unfortunately true. Like they're building, they hope there will be users. There won't be users. Um, I I don't know what's going on. So, like for example, let's take the eCash example, not eCash SV, 'cause that's up and coming, but eCash AV, Amari's Vision. Uh, I don't know who that's for, right?
Why is it SV and not PV? Because it's Pulse
It's
Vision.
SV for Starts Vision.
Oh, Storts. Okay, fine.
Yeah, and it also is funny because it sounds like Bitcoin SV. It's like eCash SV. It just makes me laugh to say it. So,
ecash.com. Check it out.
yes, eCash.com.
If you hold Bitcoin, you
Which,
get free cash next month.
which, by the way, I've been doing my own channel and podcast since 2020 on the side. Not been a major focus, but I've been doing it since 2020. And in my entire time there, I've never been accused of doing sponsored content that was not officially disclosed. And I don't think I've done any sponsored content on my channel. I've only had a sponsor for the podcast, but the content's been whatever. When I had Paul on to discuss eCash, his new eCash fork, I had at least 3 different people accuse me of being paid to have him on, and I got very
Welcome to the
I
club, pal. Like when I had
yes.
Roger on, it was the same.
But it's funny because I've had lots of different people on my podcast from all kinds. I've had Monero people on, I've had Zcash people on, I've had some Bitcoin maximalists even. I've had Bitcoin cashers, I've had Litecoiners, I've had Solana people, I've had just name it. I've had everyone on, and no one cared until Paul Storts has been on before, by the way. But then when he was on the second time for the eCash thing, people are like, "You must be getting paid. You paid-shill. You should disclose it." And I fought a lot with the eCash AV community over that because I did not like being called that. But anyway, the point of being about that chain, it seems like they're trying to reinvent Dash because you have a proof of work coin that is a hybrid model with a hybrid security model and instant transaction finality and built-in blockchain level developer funding. Why? Why do you need that? Sounds great to me. It's lots of stuff I like, but why do you need all that when there's way higher up the rankings of, any ranking basically, something that's already doing that with a lot more adoption and like 12 and a half years behind it. And
Yeah,
I
that's
mean, just
XEC or E.cash. And I think the
mm-hmm,
difference is that they went for Avalanche, which at the time was a new protocol, as compared to the master
mm-hmm,
nodes system. So I think that's fundamentally the main difference. The other one is that the Bitcoin Cash holders got their free airdrop, so I'm not sure how many of them
that's
claimed
the
it.
big one.
So they sort of tried to bootstrap the project on top of an already existing community. I'm not sure if it worked, or if it did, I'm sure
Mm-hmm,
that a lot of the guys decided to just dump and not give it any chance. And the point of the whole project is to prove that Amari can collect taxes, because that was the reason why he diverged from the Bitcoin Cash chain. He really wanted to receive, I think, 5% or something of the block reward for his development team, which was Bitcoin ABC. And the Bitcoin Cash community told him to go fork himself, which he did.
mm-hmm.
And I think he's just trying to prove to these guys that he can do a better job, and also address the fact that he was always concerned about BTC miners 51% attacking the BCH network. So he added the Avalanche thing, and he also added his tax. And then he tried to compete against BCH and prove that he has the better software. And I'm not gonna compare the two or say that this one is better than the other, but on the other hand, it's kind of obvious that he could not copy the network effect.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I think he did. If I were to be perfectly honest, I think he did it for two. I think there's two big sides of the same big reason is money, and the accurate side is he's working hard, he's doing all this stuff, and there's just not funding for it, and you will not attract top talent unless you can find a way to pay them, or they it just that's just the reality. Or if you do, you have to be doing something really cool where people will work at a big discount or for free to do it. And that's really hard to convince people of. And it's hard to be sustainable. So that makes sense. And I think that I don't know how well the Bitcoin Cash developers currently are being paid, but I bet that they could be paid more. But it is what it is. On the other side, maybe the fact that he wasn't being paid enough, that there wasn't enough money for his ideas, meant that people did not value his ideas enough. That maybe there wasn't a market for that. And maybe that's what the market is saying right now, that like, okay, you get your what percentage the block reward, but the block reward's value is going down all the time because the market doesn't value the work that you produced as much as you would think. So the thing is, this is one of those cynical, like, it is very funny to mature in this space and find like things rhyming. And one of the things, again, that I'll sound like a Bitcoin maximalist saying is a lot of altcoiners or crypto people, whatever, uh, launch a new project so that they can monetize it, so they can get paid. And I think that maximalists say it cynically, like, oh, you're just trying to scam noobs or whatever. I would say a little bit more optimistically, which is everyone wants to work on their passion project and everyone wants to get paid. And if you find a way to do both, of course you're going to do that. You know, who wouldn't want to work on whatever it is, Bitcoin, whatever, Solana, whatever you would want to say full time and get paid for it. And so that's kind of where it's at. I think that's the reason why Amari did not want to, because Amari did not successfully get the changes in anything called Bitcoin or Bitcoin Cash. So he had to do it on a new project. He could have just tried to like focus on Dash because it would be a lot of the same things, just apply just different ways of doing it maybe. But he would not have the same job, right? There would not be the same money available, I don't think. People would have been like, why do we need Avalanche? We have our own system. And then he wouldn't get paid to do this stuff. And so he figured it out. But the point is, from a product market fit, I don't know where there is who is the user, the end user, who would want to use eCash, who would not want to use Dash. I don't think it exists really, other than someone who received it from, again, the airdrop, right, from the fork. That's the only user really. Maybe I'm being a little bit like snarky. I mean, there is a certain extent of like some of this might apply to like Pirate Chain, right? Where I've liked it a lot more recently, but like Pirate Chain is like Zcash, but Monero fide. And once full chain membership proofs hits, how much of a point is there to Pirate Chain other than it's fun because it's R and all that stuff? Same thing with like Z Classic. Z Classic does not need to exist. Ycash does not need to exist. Zencash, before it became Horizon, which now, as far as I'm aware, is a base chain or a base side chain or something. But at least it was a Dashified Zcash in the beginning, where it was Dash with a hybrid model and stuff like that. And now Dash has ZK stuff, so like that's not there. PivX is a proof of stake currency that has Zcash's tech and is based off of Dash. Does PivX need to exist anymore? Really hurts my heart to say it this way, but like Firo, because I'm a big fan of Firo and I love Ruben. Firo is also very Dash-like in a lot of ways, but also has zero knowledge privacy, but a different way. Like, how much do you need Firo today? Maybe you do, maybe you don't. But again, that's the thing about the free market, is you let it all out there. One of my agendas, and this is, I'm being transparent about this is why it's not like a secret agenda, because I'm transparent.
So you're like a super villain who's revealing his evil plan right now.
My plan. This is my plan. You can't do anything to stop me. My secret plan. One of the reasons I'm friendly with so many communities is I want to pick up their community members and developers when their project dies out. Be very clear. Because what if you have, like, I don't think there is a world in which PivX and Firo and Pirate Chain and Zcash and Z Classic and Ycash and Dash and something else, maybe all of those succeed. I just don't think it will. I think that a few of them will, but maybe not all of them. So I want to be friends with all those people. So when their coin goes to zero, they don't just exit crypto, that they're still in the mix, that they're still working on freedom tech. They still know how they want to use something. Same thing with like even the bigger ones like Litecoin and Bitcoin Cash and, Monero. Like, unfortunately, there's so much cultural friction between Monero and Zcash, but let's just say one of the two just disappeared, disintegrated. Let's say, again, hopefully not. Let's say full chain membership proofs ends up being a disaster and it doesn't launch or it launches and has some issues which tank the project. Wouldn't you want all the Monero users and, et cetera, the users, businesses, services to migrate towards Zcash or to use Dash or to use Pirate Chain or something
Well, they have
rather
something
than go to
which is
zero?
very technically similar, which they also hate because it's like a sibling, and it's called Xano.
Xano.
Yeah.
Yeah, so wouldn't you rather have them using Xano than not, just nothing? I would. That's another reason that's another reason I hang out with the Xano people. Other than the Xano people are very good people and we work together a lot, almost like we work for the same project in terms of like sharing business intel and connections and stuff like that. They're great people, but like also I hope if Xano ever just gets destroyed for whatever reason, that a lot of them come over to Dash rather than go to nothing, right? I don't want them to be like, oh well, I'm gonna go back to my bank account. Like,
Well, I guess you're super confident that Dash is gonna outlive many of these other projects.
well, I from my first principles thinking of what does something need to be private, what does something need to be digital cash and have value like that. I think Dash is working on the most of those things that are necessary for success. And also, I had this idea before I came back sort of to Dash in 2024, where I was like, I could do anything. I just really want freedom money to succeed. Where should I go? And I was thinking, which has the best chance of getting there? And I thought, like, is there a new project, a smaller project? Do I do whatever? Which is the closest? And Dash won out, but also it's something that I felt like I could influence in a good direction. And so far, this is correct in terms of I'm not going to pat myself on the back for the privacy overhaul, but I was very vocal about pushing towards this and threatened to quit the project over it and stuff like that. I made a big stink. And so I feel like it is the best chance so far. But also as a non-maximalist, I mean, how sad am I going to be if Dash goes to zero, but I could still use Zcash and that's what takes over? How sad will I be if Monero's the money of the future and then Dash fades into oblivion, but I still have Monero and can still use it? I mean, maybe a little bit of nostalgia, but like I live on freedom money now. That's all I care about.
I mean, it's very admirable that you think in terms of usability and how useful it is for the mission, as opposed to just pumping your own bags, right? Because most people just want their own investment to succeed. And that's what makes this space perverse to a degree where, for example, if you're heavily invested in Monero, you cannot acknowledge that Zcash has superior privacy, and you feel like you should constantly take punches at Zcash just because you want your bags to succeed and you want to get rich. So I do see a lot of this. Of course, it comes from the Bitcoin culture, which I do understand the phenomenon where it's so easy to copy the code and launch a new altcoin and make claims that, for example, you have faster blocks, you have bigger blocks, you can do smart contracts, you are proof of stake, you are whatever, but it's the same exact design. And it sort of makes sense to tell people, well, this one had a fairer launch, it has more users, stop wasting your time with nonsense. But after a while, you get stuff that was never conceived for Bitcoin. Like there's this post Bitcoin world where people just use the technology but not the code base, and they rewrite it for different use cases which were not even envisioned by Satoshi, and are basically not competing directly with Bitcoin for what it originally wanted to do. So I do get this. On the other hand, even if you are the most hardcore Seyfedin scholar and you believe that Bitcoin is digital gold and everything else is digital shit, and there's no silver, there's no copper, there's nothing else, then you still have to admit that there's a market for everything, and it's very hard to deny that payments processors like BitPay, for example, for 2 years in a row, I think the main currency used for payments on their service was Litecoin. It's very hard to deny this. You look at the stats and you're like, okay, you take this other maximalist point of view and you say, well, Bitcoin is one that leads in terms of price pumps and also is the one that dumps the least during bear markets, and therefore it's the one that outperforms the entire market. And then you're gonna say, well, look at Tron. Since they added USDT 5 years ago, they have been outperforming BTC. And why? Because it's useful. Nobody ever looks at Tron and says, well, this is my shot at generational wealth or whatever. But it just so turns out to be that it outperformed Bitcoin over the last 5 years. And it's very hard to deny. Same for Monero, outperformed Bitcoin over the last 2 years. Zcash outperformed Bitcoin over the last year. You have these time frames where you have trends that are forming, and you have patterns in the market where you either adapt to the new information and understand that new trends are coming, or else you just stay there because it's safe and you feel like eventually Bitcoin is gonna get everything, which I do hope is gonna happen, because it would be so nice and poetic, and it will be like, you know, taking Satoshi's very modest invention and giving it wings to reach its full potential. That's very poetic, but I don't think it's gonna happen to the extent that we expect. And especially when you have BlackRock and Saylor and all of these actors throwing money at developers to do nothing. I don't think I think that do nothing part is sort of the design of it. Like the people getting paid are not supposed or expected to ship code, but to deter code from happening and be like critics of anything new that's coming. Find reasons for it to not get deployed or not get traction. So in a sense, it's like social engineering. You're paying gatekeepers.
Yeah. That's
That's
kind
what's
of
going on.
that's really the state of the space, unfortunately. And I think it's coming to an end, thankfully. But the entire reason for this competitive, toxic maximalism is because all of this is primarily serves as a speculative asset. And it's a narrative around things. Like people, like encrypted Bitcoin works really well. And like, how many people in the world know that the privacy tech of Zcash and Dash now is better and more advanced than that of Monero? Probably very few. And when they do hear the technical news, it won't click the same way, because Monero has been brand positioned as like the Guy Fawkes mask coin, like the Cypherpunk, the resist the man, and all this. And
Oh yeah, it's a very powerful meme. Like
yes,
when you
and
talk about dark
memes.
markets or using digital payments for something untraceable, buying drugs or whatever, that's when you get the name Monero in your mind. And I think the media and also the native crypto media is responsible for projecting this image. Also, Michael Saylor, like he was asked at one point, like for fungible payments, whatever, and he said, well, maybe for that you need a Monero. And the Monero community very quickly picked that up and used it. And it also has to do with the Zcash marketing, which is very different. Like the Monero guys are very open about, okay, we are the best for dark markets. This is the money that criminals use, and it's fine, but it's not just criminals. Look, we also have XMR Bazaar or whatever, where people go and they buy normal stuff. I also bought a Nintendo 64 on XMR Bazaar, so that was kind of cool. But my point is that Zcash, in terms of marketing, they're like, this is privacy for everyone who may need it. It's for grandmas. It's for national security purposes, because you don't want Chinese and North Korean hackers to look at an open ledger and figure out what the Americans are doing. Like they have a different angle to their privacy. And they're not saying, well, this is for evading taxes and committing crimes or whatever. They say it's for
Hmm.
protecting yourself. It's a very different framing. And of course the
Hmm.
technology might be similar, or there are differences in that one is better than the other, but also the way in which you frame it is going to influence, on one hand, the users who get attracted to it. It's going to
Hmm.
influence, on the other hand, the narratives that are being told about your privacy project. And thirdly, also the kind of market participants that you get, because in the case of Monero, you have a lot of grassroots people who build decentralized exchanges, they build marketplaces and whatever, because they understand that this is what it's supposed to be used for. In the case of Zcash, I think right now they're at a phase where they are daydreaming about becoming the next Bitcoin, because they want people to
Yes.
be storing their wealth in shielded pools where nobody else can know how much they own. And they think that's what's
Mm.
gonna make the number go up. But it has cash in its name. Like, I do imagine it's supposed to be used for payments also. They were able to work around this lackluster adoption situation with DeFi projects like Near Intents and whatever,
Hmm.
where you hold your Zcash and then you make payments into USDT or BTC or Dash or whatever it is that the merchant accepts. So that's very admirable. But once again, it goes back to the way in which you present the technology. Like, you wrap it in a box and you put a ribbon on it, and people are gonna say, well, this is blue, this is red, this is whatever. It's just basic human psychology. It doesn't say much about the technology itself, it's just public perception of it. And that's why most people will always say, well, Monero is the best one, because it has been portrayed as being used for these particular use cases. And they also say, well, if the criminals are using it, then it must be good enough. But I do recall a couple of tweets of yours which I found very funny, where you said that actually criminals are dumb. They don't know anything about
Yeah.
anything. They just follow what they're being told. They don't have the capabilities to research cryptography like academics or whatever. They just follow the liquidity, and they're like, well, if the rest, it's like a trust system. Even though
Hmm.
we do see a lot of don't trust verify in this industry, we do tend to follow whatever the others are doing and be like, well, if that guy is using it and he was not arrested, then it must be safe, right?
Hmm. Absolutely. The narratives around, oh, it's good enough for this people, therefore that verified. All of it boils down to, is one of the big reasons why I started living on crypto, because I thought it was interesting and I wanted to, right? I found it valuable to me. But one of the big things that keeps me doing that, other than it still is just my values, is that it's the one way to get real data. How do you get real data unless you use the stuff? How do you really use it the right way unless you use it in adversarial circumstances? Like, for example, you send a Monero transaction and you have to wait 20 minutes to send another one. Like, how often do you run into a situation in the wild where you need to pay for two things in 20 minutes? It's not all the time, but sometimes you do. Like, if you pay your bill for something, like, no, I'll treat you to coffee now. You can't. You need to get a different wallet. You need to do something else. Um, that's just a practical limitation. And oh, just use Lightning, bro. I have used Lightning. I used it 2 days ago, in fact. Are you you just making sure your headphones work or what? Just making sure mine didn't die again.
No, I just put them in place sometimes because
Okay, good. I'm
they
very
fall out.
paranoid after the last incidents. But so I've used Lightning just 2 days ago again, and I ran a node because I wanted to see if this works. Uh, that's kind of like reality. I do think that in the past, everything we've been doing, all the tech we've been building, is so we can do an on-stage demo to get more exit liquidity, or investors, as they call them. That's the cynical take, but that's kind of the entire space for the last 17 years. 80 to 90% of it has just been build something that you can hype to get more people to buy your coin. So the pyramid scheme pushes you up and you get rich and you get to move that to fiat dollars in your bank account. That's 90% of crypto, at least for the last 17 years. And that's why you have these strong narratives. People care about the narratives more. Does this work? Does that work? This is, oh, it's encrypted Bitcoin. Oh, it's illegally banned in every country. Nothing's been banned more. And then, it's the world computer and it's an ultrasound, whatever it is. There's these narratives that buy my fucking bags. That's the narrative. And this is it. This is the last cycle, I think. This is when it's over. We This is our dot com bubble this time around, where even Bitcoin, the one that was the least scammy, kind of at least according to the market, has a big scammer as the voice of it, who's saying, I'm not meant to live an uncomfortable life, and posting AI slop promising massive yield and stuff like that. And I think it's over now. I think next cycle, now that we have the big players like Robinhood getting their own chain and all these kinds of things onboarding to stable coins, I think that next cycle is the you need to use it or you die cycle. So the narratives are going to go away at some point. You're still going to need storytelling and narratives to sell your product, which is, if you have a blockchain, that is a product. It's more of a infrastructure behind the product, which is like a wallet or something. But you still need to get users to your product. But it's a different narrative. It's a narrative to sell users, not speculative investors. We will always have speculative investors. There will always be dumb, pumpy scam nonsense. People will always be hardcore about something or the other. But I think the bullshit is over soon. I think we're use or die. Utility only. It's coming up very fast, and get ready for it.
Okay, so you gave a very interesting piece of information like 30 minutes ago about funds that are buying up coins. However, that works. Like, are they co opting the foundations or the organizations around the coins and then just tanking the projects, or are they buying a large chunk of coins and then sending them to zero somehow? And the question is why? Why would anyone burn their money just to destroy these projects?
Well, this happens all the time with corporate acquisitions. As far as I'm aware, the way things are going is they're exploring a foundation, a dev team, a company, whatever is the core team that does this. And they're buying them, paying the money to transfer the IP or control whatever it is. And a lot of times the foundation holds a significant number of tokens as well. So they're trying to buy all that together. And the idea is for 6 to 12 months. Again, this is just the case that I have firsthand information about, but they're taking 6 to 12 months to see if they can revive the project, basically like buy out a failing company and see if you can get it to succeed. And if not, then just sell. And of course, selling can include the treasury tokens, like if there is a treasury, like a pot of money that they can get. But it's also the other IP and stuff like the ecash.com, right? I mean, those kinds of like valuable domain names, the access to the GitHub repos, the whatever else, just find a way to like do an orderly wind down. Because at that point, first of all, you're trying to buy a project for cheap, and you could make a lot of money if it does well. Like say you bought the say you bought the say you bought out Amari, and you said, look, I'm going to buy your organization, including the wallet that gets the hard coded block reward part, and you get to just ride off into the sunset and do other stuff. We're going to see if we can get eCash to get to some sort of a mass adoption level, some kind of a life into it. And if they're successful, eCash is really cheap right now. It could go 100x, and then that was a very valuable thing. And now they get a constant dev team with a block reward going into it, and then they have recurring income for something, and it works out great. But if not, they cut their losses and move on to the next thing. I'm sure if you have investments in enough things, uh, first of all, one of them will succeed. But also, if you kill off the competition, like let's say there's 3 big burger restaurants, let's say 3 big fast food chains. And if you buy all of them, one of them does well, and then the other ones don't. but the other ones normally don't do well. They take longer to not do well. You'll have to compete with them for a long period of time. But if you own all three of them, when one starts to emerge the victory, you can just shut down the other two immediately and get the remaining one to go up way faster. So that's probably what I would say. Oh, we have a visitor. Charlotte says hi.
Hi, Charlotte. Also have my friend Salieri next to me. He's been sleeping for like 3 hours. Just ignoring me.
The Amadeus reference, of course.
Well, actually, no. Indirectly, yes, but there was a game called Mafia on PC back in 2002, and you played as a character named Tommy D'Angelo or something, who was a taxi driver who got into a situation where he had to join the mafia family to protect his life, basically. And the mafia family was called Salieri, and it was Don Salieri. And when we saw this cat, we thought that he looks like a mafia boss or something, and we called him Salieri. But of course, the name is taken from the Italian composer who was sort of in a tense relationship with Mozart, and he was also the head of the Vienna Orchestra. I'm not sure what it was called, but yeah, I've seen the movie. I know the story, but I really like this boy. Anyway,
very nice. Yes, so
follow-up
we should
question.
probably wrap up
what
relatively
makes you
soon.
think that Dash is not gonna be one of these projects that are gonna get bought out and shut down?
Well, first of all, in that context, it does not work because there is no transferable property. Like you could try to buy the core team, but the problem is you could try to buy whoever controls the repos. The problem is someone could just take the dev funding and move it to whatever other thing, literally in that very next month. The masternodes vote and it goes to somewhere else. And even the structure of the ownership over the IP is a unique Cayman Islands foundation where it's legally bound by masternode votes. So you cannot buy it without a majority masternode vote. So then it's like, okay, then you have to buy enough masternodes to swing votes. But you can buy a lot of them, and then what happens if some random collection of Russian whales decide to get together and screw up all your stuff? Then it's not that guaranteed. It's not safe. And you'd literally have to buy up like half the coin supply to have any like reasonable to reasonably expect to be able to own the protocol to control it. And then if somewhere down the line someone gets some, like you sell some to pay expenses, you could still get a coalition coming and wresting control from you. So like it's just, to be honest, like too decentralized to be able to control. So they said it wouldn't work. So that's with that. I'm sure it wouldn't work with a lot of things. I think probably what would have to happen is there is something that I would say Bitcoin has in its favor, Ethereum has in its favor. A lot of these things, they're big enough to where they have enough stakeholders that are powerful that you can't just own the protocol. Unfortunately, Bitcoin has consolidated more recently, and I would say a lot of the hash rate is in the United States in very public companies that can be, controlled by the government if necessary. Michael Saylor being like the largest holder who's not Satoshi. And then Saylor and BlackRock together and some other people having a massive amount of the money, being able to then start this consortium of debt funds or whatever, kind of centralizes a little bit more, but there's still a few big entities. As I have personally, for whatever reason, probably a lot of language barrier things. There's been some disagreements with the Russian community and the Dash ecosystem, but at the same time, I think it's very valuable to have stakeholders that are spread across the world, especially in opposing jurisdictions, right? You have a decent amount of people in the US and Canada who operate the network and their users. You have a lot in Western Europe, especially places like Germany, But then you have a lot in Venezuela, of course, not nearly as much capital there. But then you have a lot in the CIS region, which, there's sanctions between countries there. And the fact that you can't just make like a Western centric decision on the network without pushback from someone who might be affected over there, it's a valuable thing for the network that you can't just be like, all right, here's the stakeholders, I'm going to buy them all out, I'm going to compromise them, and things go. So I liked when Bitcoin had a lot of like US and Western Europe involvement, but a heavily Chinese hash rate, because that really pulled it into different spots where you kind of have to have consensus on very different global um, spheres. And consolidating it all into the US is, in my opinion, not a smart thing. But that's it.
Okay, a more direct question. Which are the chains that you think will get bought out and they will go to zero?
The second part of the question, I think, is easier to answer than the first. Which ones will get bought out? I would say any. I can't give specifics because I don't really know, but like I think anything that has a team and a treasury, like that has a team that has tokens. I think that's the number one fit for this, where you can say, look, I'm going to buy this out. Like if you sold all these tokens, it would go to zero, and you wouldn't be able to get it all out. You crash the project and leave in shame. I'm going to pay the founder not as much as the tokens are worth today, but enough because he doesn't have to sell and dump the tokens and let him exit and do this. I don't know. There's a few, like, I know I mentioned eCash before. It makes it sound like I'm dumping on eCash AV. That would be a prime example of something that would be good for that, the new management type thing.
That's
Um,
XCC e.cash, not ecash.com, which is going to be
yes, of
ECX.
course. eCash Amari's vision, not Stort's vision. Who knows? Maybe Stort's vision eventually, but it's way too early because it hasn't launched yet. But then you get to like, I think honestly BSV, because there is a Bitcoin association, the BSV association. There are some structures that do stuff like Nchain and other things like that. And it's not a particularly decentralized ecosystem that I know of. I think it would be doable to buy that out and then see if you can. It's who knows? It might have happened already. I don't know if you've noticed that Bitcoin Satoshi's vision has been called the BSV blockchain a lot lately. There's been a rebrand, trying to go after that corporate enterprise stuff. Now that Craig Wright has sort of stepped out of the spotlight, it who knows? It might have already been acquired, but it's one of those prime ones. And then I'd go down like I don't, I don't know enough about how Filecoin works. I just guess it's one of those more corporate ones. Arweave is another one. Have rumors of lack of money in Arweave, so maybe Arweave gets acquired. Um, I don't know off the top of my head. There's got to be a few, but yeah, I would. This is going to be funny. If maybe you can make a fun thread on X that gets a lot of attention, where you just ask people to say which are the corporate acquisition coins out of the top 200, which ones will be acquired and shut down in the next year. Almost do like an open source it, like an open poly market, to see which are the ones, and just say whoever was right, I'm going to give them. They're going to get a Cake Wallet giveaway. It just, and then who knows? And then 6 months, they're going to be, oh, this guy was right. This one went to zero and got acquired. Oh, this one went to zero and got acquired. Many such cases.
That's the other question, Joel. Like, who's going to get your reward? Should I just give it to. So, should I give full reward to the two people who guessed 12? Or do you want to pick someone else from the chat?
Do I just get to pick my favorite person and just, centralization? I am the DAO. Um, I don't know. I would split it up. I would split it up amongst everyone who guessed, because we promised it, sort of. We said we would. So therefore, I think you have to pay your debts. And if we want to do a second giveaway, maybe we could do that to an individual person. But I would say you have to, the number 12 guessers.
Okay, so I'm gonna give it to the number 12 guessers. Point one Zcash does like $50 today. I think I have another question for you. I'm trying to remember before I let you go. Da, 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 da. Maybe that's it. Maybe you're destined to be let go. 4 hours, 20 minutes almost. More than 1,000 viewers on live stream. I haven't checked lately. But you said you're gonna wear an adult diaper, and maybe you were right that it was sort of necessary. I don't know about that. I don't need it yet.
No, it was a short lad podcast. Um, Only 4.5 hours almost.
Oh yeah,
But
there are some people in the chat I want to acknowledge, and sorry for keeping you longer. There was
mm,
someone. Just a second. Uh, you have a new Amanda B. Johnson in Dash, I think, and the name is Crypto Empress. Seems to be
mm,
very bullish on Dash and also has 104,000 followers. How does that work? I want some of that. That's a lot more
yeah,
than
I
I
don't know
have.
how. Well, I think you have more followers than me. Yeah, you have like 6,000 more. So if I knew the secret, I would be up there. No, crypto. So there have
I
been,
guess you skipped the part where you got all the maxi followers and then you just went for the privacy ones and for the dash ones and for the, you know, you know what I mean.
yes.
You're missing that
Also, yeah.
hardcore maxi following.
Yes, I've been missing. Unfortunately, like one of the biggest criticisms I would say about Dash over the years is it struggled to get that strong narrative, that storytelling. It's like it's too much of a payment product kind of vibe and not enough of like a, this is our cause, man. And like I think that we need a maybe going back to dark coin either way, who knows. But so because of that, being the guy known for this is not doesn't make you super popular. Maybe a lot of people assume I'm a Monero guy, by the way, when they hear, oh, the hardcore living on crypto guy likes privacy, you must be all in on Monero. I'm like, actually. But so what was it eluded me already about, oh, Empress. Yeah, so there was a few people who uh, were just posting about positively about Dash. I've worked with a few KOLs like, Miggy. I don't know if you know Miggy Crypto, Mig Toshi, something like that. Done a few things like that. And then Empress, I forget how she got into, I think she said she was a Dash holder since like 2017 or kind of the early days. And she tried out the spending features in the wallet and started saving like 2.5% on makeup. And she's like, oh, this is great. And so she posted some bullish stuff and then she had me on her space and she really liked it. And then after that, I was like, you know what? Why don't you want to like do like a quick little thing together, do a little sponsored thing? And she's like, yeah, sure, let's try it. So that's kind of what's going on. And again, to her credit, maybe it's because the space has gotten where you have to, but she does post a little promote whenever it's like a uh, promoted content or whatever they call it, the tag there. She puts that there. But so that's who Empress is.
Yeah, I've actually remembered what I wanted to say, and I'm happy that I did not end the episode
Yes.
like 4 minutes ago. You gotta bring receipts to the claim about Litecoin having a pre-mine or an inflation
Mm-hmm.
bug. Like, if you have anything
Yes.
concerning that, I'm gonna put it in the
Nice.
description because I know it's gonna turn off a lot of people and they're gonna be like, no, that's not true. It's as pure as Bitcoin and stuff like this. Even better because the founder sold and whatever. So if you have anything about that, I really want to see it and I really want to put it in the
Mm-hmm.
description. And what else? There is someone else I want to acknowledge from the chat. Oh, Prophesis, like prophecies, wants to know what about Neptune Cash, the privacy coin, which is using ZK Starks as far as I know.
I don't know anything about Neptune Cash. I know Neptune Dash. There is a funny. No, I'm not. It's not even a joke. It's true. There, the. I'm not sure if this is true, but I think the first treasury company or DAT um, was a Dash company. There's a company that was called Neptune Dash that started trading on the Toronto Stock Exchange in Canada, 2018 or so, and their entire business model was to buy and operate masternodes. and they're a publicly traded company. Again, this was way before the whole digital asset treasury thing is. And that was right when Dash was like pumping to the sky. And then they ended up diversifying. So now they're Neptune DAC, or Neptune Digital Assets Corporation. And they do a lot of like Solana nodes and a bunch of other stuff. They have Bitcoin. They do still have a couple of master nodes though. So Dash might be the first DAT, and it was called Neptune Dash. Anyway, I don't know about Neptune Cash though. But let me see. I have to find. I should probably actually just ask Grok, because there were articles written about this.
It's made by this guy named Alan Sepieniak.
Mm-hmm.
Shepieniak, I'm not sure how you pronounce it correctly. I think he's Polish but lives in Switzerland. I've had him on my show last year, and he explained to me what this is. So it's like a layer 1 for the ZK Starks technology, which has been pioneered by Starkware, which is also like a spin-off of the ZK Snarks in Zcash, except that they're a bit more scalable and also have quantum resistance.
Yeah. Is it new? Is it like a...
It must be like 2 years old or something. But as far as I know, they already have a community split, with another side of the community forking off to form a new coin that I don't know what it's called. They reached out to me. I was interested for a while because it seemed to me like Ethereum and Ethereum Classic. But they also had like the wrong motivations, which turned me off. I was like, so why do you want to do it so urgently? They're like, oh, we got to do it next week. And they said they have a coin listing on some exchange. And I was like, I don't do that. Sorry. I'm not here to pump anyone's coin. If anything, Joel, the price went down. The price of Dash went down since we started having this conversation. So maybe we should shut up.
Yeah, well, it's fine. Let's see. I get a post in, again, like, journalists are into primary sources, right? And like well-documented stuff, not just like hearsay type things. I'll, if there is interest, I'll post some of these sources. There's a, let's see, this BN Crypto article. I'm dropping into the live chat here, and in the X chat is kind of a summary that has a lot of the links. So I'm kind of being lazy and reposting other journalist stuff. I'll throw a couple other articles in, but I will have to find the actual like screenshots of like, you know, the actual coin emission vertical on day one kind of thing, et cetera, to get like fully I would say fair and accurate in the whole thing. But that's just a reference to that. Again, it also, like, a lot of this is like interest, right? It's a casual thing. I mentioned I'm putting in articles that were written about it. If people are like, yeah, I don't know about that, I want to see like actual things, like, sure, I'll follow up. But like, that's also work, and I'm not doing work unless people want it, unless there's market demand for it. But yeah, I mean, it's relatively well documented, I guess. You look at where are the charts of on one thing that I think that people don't really people don't really, I guess, it's not super, is unfortunate in the space, is it just moves so fast and no one cares. It's like not super professional, that there's just a lot of news and things disappears over time, right? Like a lot of products and things disappear over time.
Oh yeah,
Thankfully,
I also
Bitcoin
see some
talk.
of that, like large corporations in media, they buy out the smaller publications and they shut them down. So all the articles that got published in there, they disappear. Basically, more than 2 years of my work is gone from the internet because of that. I used to work for Crypto Globe
Yes.
and Crypto Insider. They're both gone. If you're searching for something specific, maybe you're gonna get lucky on the Internet Archive, but most people don't go there. They just type something on Google or search on ChatGPT or whatever, and they're just gonna find something which is there, but not something that used to exist. And it's one way of rewriting history.
Yeah, just things are lost. It's like the Library of Alexandria burning down. It's like a lot of stuff is lost. Um, so, like one of my favorite sources for all this stuff is so one of my favorite sources for that is Coinmetrics, and Coinmetrics removed their chart thing a while ago, and now they're not even Coinmetrics anymore, so they're gone. This is an interesting thread. It's funny because one of the best threads from one of the early Dash developers, again, this is just throwing circumstantial evidence here, is not the actual stuff, was arguing with Charlie Lee after he threw some FUD about this, and he linked to a couple of things in the Block Explorer where he says, you know, what BS. I guess Litecoin launch was a fair Instamind then, and he puts these two links. I click those links, and they're broken links now. Litecoin doesn't have a Block Explorer on the site anymore. So I would have, but that again, I would find those links and find what blocks they refer to, and that should be the smoking gun right there, I guess.
Well, yeah, all you have to do is copy the hash or whatever it is that you have in the URL or the block
Yes,
height, and you're gonna paste that
allegedly.
into a new block explorer. I think Lightspace is one that forked mempool.space for Bitcoin. Litecoin space, Lightspace, I'm not sure, but it's something along these lines, and it's a pretty cool fork which has good visualization of what's going on. While you're searching, I
Yes,
also want to acknowledge that there's someone named Sani Rodriguez01 who said, Vlad, you're looking like Cucurella, the Spanish football player. Okay, I'll take that. He has like wild curly hair.
Is he a good footballer at least?
He won the World Cup last week, so there's something to it.
Yeah, interesting. Um, oh, these are blocks. That's why I didn't find it. Okay. Yeah, so placing them in the block chair doesn't get anything because they're not, I guess it doesn't recognize block hashes, it's just transaction hashes. But there's a rabbit hole. I don't have time to go through all the block explorers that support this specific hash for a block for Litecoin. But again, if like two people comment on the podcast after it's done and say, hey, can you post those block transactions there? Then can you go find them and post them? I'll do that. But again, if you look at this post on X, it has the links to that. You just have to copy the links, and then you have to, there you get the hash in
Can
the
you
end of
also
that.
send it to me on Signal or something so I can
Yes.
put that in the video description on YouTube?
Yes.
For anyone who wants to verify and not trust in what we're saying.
Yeah, this is the, it's funny, you're not the only Vlad I have in Signal, but I'll send that. And then the two articles, again, like Googling stuff, but the other funny thing is about the crypto space is there's so much information out there that is just, it's not even secret information. It's just most people don't know about it, but it's in plain sight. Like, for example, a lot of the research around Monero's privacy is, it's very public. I know Rucknium, who's a friendly researcher, did a lot of research into trying to pare down the decoys of Monero's set, and I think he estimated when you combine a flooding attack where you flood the network with a lot of transactions that you know of, and you use his specific analysis, you can get the practical ring size down to about 1.3, which means it's not even 50-50 shot. It's a greater than 50-50 shot of being able to guess which Monero output is the correct one. And this is very well published. I've written stuff on it, other people have, but the average Monero user probably does not know about that, even though it's, in plain sight. Same thing with when I talk about Fluffy Pony agreeing to be an Interpol informant or stealing from the community, like running away with a community fund. That is also public info. Like it's out there, but most people don't know about it. They're like, "What, really?" No, and you send the I send the court documents. I send the forum posts. There's a GitHub issue about Fluffy Pony stealing all the money, and it's still there. Like there's been no answers. Some people took it off GitHub. Um, it's all there. Like all these things are super public information, and I'm glad there is something to be said for transparency, I guess, right? Because if it's like if everything's private, there's less accountability in some ways. So I like being able to have. I disagree with Michael Saylor on this, that I think you should be able to post proof of reserves, right? You should post, you know, if you say, oh, I got all this money and I got all these public investors who have it, I'd be like, well, let's make sure we can keep an eye on it. Whereas I think when he buys coffee, or his own personal money, I don't think that should have anything to do with the public.
Oh yeah, proof of reserves, that used to be something popular or something that Bitcoiners were demanding, and now they're just fine with trusting. I remember
Mm-hmm.
it used to be a thing when Kraken launched. They actually did a proof of reserves. And also, Trace Mayer started this trend where on January 3rd every year we would withdraw coins from exchanges to prove that they are solvent. Of course, I'm not sure how many users were actually doing it, but it was part of the culture at least to withdraw your coins from exchanges on this day of the year, which means that they have time to prepare to have enough liquidity. And once again, there's another conversation to be had here because they could be not solvent for 364 days a year, but only be solvent
Mm-hmm.
on that one day of the year. But anyway, before I let you go, I want to ask you about the Charlie Shrem story because you told me something. Maybe you want to keep it private, maybe you don't. But you told me you wanted to work with him for Dash at some point.
Yes, I was not directly involved with this stuff, so I'll just share what I know. Um, Charlie Shrem came out in 2017 and he told the Dash community, I'm going to get a Dash debit card. It's Dash branded and you can load it with Dash. I'm going to get this done. It's going to be this much money. Can I have it? And so the Treasury gave him, again, he put in a Treasury proposal like anyone and he got funded for this card. And 10X, I don't know if you remember them, Julian Hosp also got funded for a similar Dash card program. 10X relatively quickly ran into some regulatory issues or something, and they couldn't. So they refunded the money. Now, you can't give it back to the DAO, so I think they gave it to the core developers or something. Charlie Shrem, years, oh, it's coming, and then eventually stopped answering people. And he just never delivered. He took the money and never delivered. And eventually, people bothered him enough, and he still wasn't delivering. Eventually, someone from the Dash core team threatened legal action on him, and he immediately sent the money back. I think it was in Dash. It was the Dash denominated value. It was not a USD value, so it was not worth as much as it was when he took it. But he kind of gave it back to not, or he gave it to the Dash core team, which is as good as you can to give it back at that time. And that's what I know.
Are there any more stories involving famous Bitcoiners who got involved with Dash in some way? You have a Tone Vase
Um,
story or Jimmy Song or whatever.
I do have a Tone Vase story. At the Porcupine Freedom Festival, and I think it was 2018. One of those years, I got a Dash sponsorship for Porkfest, and Tone Vase was there that year. He had a debate on big versus small blocks on stage with Chris Pacia, which I don't know if you know him, but he was the lead backend developer for Open Bazaar and was a big Bitcoin Cash figure at one time. Elsewhere from that, I had I won't say debate, it was more of a conversation than a debate by the end of it, which is kind of interesting. I had like an hour and a half long plus podcast conversation live in the campground with Tone on Dash. It was like the Maxi shitting on Dash, me defending it kind of thing. And the crypto show, as it was known, Danny Sessoms show, which is one of the first crypto podcasts, did it. And so if you look on his channels, I guess I can dig that up. It started kind of more hostile and got a lot more where Tone was just like, no, but it's centralized. And I'm like, no, this is how it works. He's like, oh, huh. All right. Well, it was kind of like, oh, okay, cool. Like that was sort of the vibe, which is very different from Tonevei's vibe. Um, Typically, he likes to be very confrontational and stuff, but he just ended up, I don't think he knew enough about Dash to like talk negative about it too much. And so it just ended up being, all right, good chat. Bye. That's that. Roger Veer's been a big Dash guy for a while. He's big into anything privacy and stuff. That's not particularly spicy. Again, I told you about Max Kaiser. I'm trying to think of who are the other people that people would know about. I think Michael Turpin. Does that name familiar?
I'm not sure.
Um,
But I just got a
he's
reply
done.
from Adam B. Levine, the guy who used to
Mhm,
run Let's Talk Bitcoin. It would be pretty
mhm.
cool to have him on.
Yes, that would be cool. I think of other people who were there in just the super early days. Ira Miller was involved early on. I don't know if anyone knows who he is anymore. If not, that's fine. Um, it was, oh yeah, Charles Hoskinson, right? I remember in the early days when Charles Hoskinson came into the Dash community Slack channels. That's before he moved to Discord, and was doing research into how Dash worked, because he was designing Cardano at the time, and so Dash's governance process and stuff had a lot to do with how he designed Cardano. So he was around before Cardano existed, and then he went on and did his stuff. Um, Craig Wright said something positive about Dash in a tweet, and then since then he said really shitty things. So um, that's interesting. Uh, who else was there? Um, as I mentioned, Andreas Antonopoulos knows how Dash tech work and has spoken positively on it. There was some other early. Oh yeah, the other one I was thinking of. Do you know who Juan Galt is?
Of course, I was on a panel with him like 2 years ago at Monerotopia.
He started his career as a Dash promoter.
Interesting, because now he's a very hardcore Bitcoin maximalist.
Yes, and I finally met him in person. I think this year, either that or last year, and he's still a maxi, but I think he's a reasonable person, even though I disagree with him on stuff. But he was a hardcore. He was a. There's videos of him on stage talking about Dash. I think he called it like a better Bitcoin or something even. But again, people's minds change, and we have to allow for that. Um, but yeah, that's as far as I know. That's all. If I think of any more lore, I will post it under the video as we like reshare bits of it.
Okay. Is there anything that you wanted us to discuss and we did not?
Um, I don't think so. I think we covered the whole thing. The only other thing I would say is the first week of September is Cypherpunk week in Amsterdam. DashCon, we're finally holding a Dash conference after many years of not having one, is September 3rd. Common Sense, which is the rebranding of ETHDAM to a more Cypherpunk thing, is 4th and 5th, same venue, the De Holland Studios in Amsterdam. Anyone who's listening, please come and join us. Anyone who wants to sponsor either of those events or both, please come do that. And it's going to be the big meeting of the Cypherpunk minds. The big conferences are increasingly hollowed out and corpo slop. The smaller and mid-sized conferences are where all the alpha's at. So we're gonna create that. I'm sure you had a great time personally at ETHDAM last time, and it's going to be even better and more hardcore. So come to Cypherpunk Week.
Where can people get tickets or something?
Let's see. Dash-con.com is the Dash-con website. And Common Sense with a 3 for the E, like Web3, commonsense.cryptocanal.org is where you find out about that conference. Everything's done through Luma. Luma/-con is the DashCon tickets. And let me see if it's the same for Common Sense. Yes, luma.com/common sense with a 3 for Common Sense is where you find those tickets. So load up, get going, and it'll be a good time.
Okay, $75 per ticket for DashCon. It's dash that no, it's dashcon.com.
Dash-con.
Dashcon.com is actually is actually up for sale.
Yeah, DashCon. Yeah, I think they were going to charge way too much for it.
It's
I would buy it, but if it's
con.com. That's dash dot dash
dash
con.com. My God, it's so hard to pronounce.
It's easy when you see it written, but I'm no Paul Stortz. I'm not going to throw out a bunch of money for a sizzling domain. Shout out to ecash.com. Which, by the way, they should sponsor, right? They should sponsor Common Sense. Never mind. I really have to go now because now I have to message Paul and try to get money from him.
Good luck. He's at BTC++ right now, so I don't think he's responsive. But go ahead, try.
Yes, we'll see. It'll generate some controversy for the event, and also as it's very privacy, etc. focused, eCash having at least designs for a ZK sidechain, I think would fit very well.
Oh yeah, it's launching next month. Gonna be called
Perfect.
Z-Side.
Yeah. Well, there you go. Right in time to then highlight it at Common Sense. There you go, Paul. Doing it for you. All right. I hear vacuums in the background. I know that I have to go help out, so I got to take off. But it's been a great pleasure. It's been almost 5 hours.
4 hours, 46 minutes.
Yeah, that's fine. We'll have to cut it short of the big 5. But next time, maybe listen, I know you're all into the strong bladder club, right? Usually when I take like an 8-hour plane flight, I don't go to the bathroom one time on it. So what's the record podcast length you have?
10 hours, 15 minutes.
Man, that's gonna be hard. I think I can beat it. I don't know if it's desired, but if people want to, and we can put it on a day when I can block out the work ahead of time and stuff, I think I can do 10 hours, 30 minutes.
Well, for that, you're gonna have to find topics that were not discussed in this episode that can go on for such a long time.
I think I can, because I've been in the space for 14 years almost at this point, and it's been all encompassing, and we went through a lot, but like I think we went through like, I don't know, I don't think we went through half of the material that I have. I could go on forever about the early stories of this and that and all the random shit coins, like not just like the Dutch crypto that I mentioned, but other things. And we could talk about
Bitcoin private.
Bitcoin private. Also the dark wallet back in the day. Quark, that was another early private one. We're just sort of name dropping at this point. Yeah, there's a lot we could go through, and a lot of other things. And also, the world will be different by the time we talk next. I don't know how different, but if it's in 2-3 months, it'll be a little different. If it's in a year, there'll be a lot of new stuff to talk about. So I'm sure in a year, let's say, there'll be a year's worth of things to talk about, which will be a few hours, and then we can just add in all the old crypto unk lore.
I agree, and I'm happy that we finally did this, as I remember it really hurt me when you said at some point on Twitter that maybe there's a conflict with sponsors and that's why you never got invited. And I was like, man, it's just unfortunate timing and scheduling.
Don't
and
take
whatever.
Don't take it personal. It's not nothing to do with you. It has something to do with certain sponsors.
No, it does have to do with me, because it sort of questions my integrity. Like, nobody ever told me don't talk to this person, except for, the maximalist crowd that were upset when I spoke with Roger.
Yes.
But nobody ever told me what to do, when to do it, for how long, or whatever. I just do my own thing. I'm happy that the sponsors agree with me. And trust me that I have a good sense or a good vision for what it means to keep going with a podcast for 7.5 years now. And yeah, I'm just gonna keep going, interviewing interesting people, and nobody can ever tell me what to do. That's kind of the shtick. I've had 2 or 3 weeks when I didn't post much, and now I'm gonna have like 2 weeks when I have 5 interviews, just because it happened like this. It's not my fault.
Yes.
People have their own schedules. You gotta sync up. It's like Bitcoin blocks sometimes. In theory, it's one every 10 minutes, but in practice, sometimes you get two of them in
Yes.
1 minute, and then you have a difficulty readjustment. So yeah.
Well, oh my God, Charlotte's back, so I think this is really time to go. As the two
Let
cat
me show you Salieri for a second. Hey, Blenice, Javina, Javina. I don't think he wants to come. He senses that.
Okay, Charlotte didn't either, but she's back in to tell me it's time to go. So with that, I will take off. Thanks very much for having me. It's been a pleasure, and I'm sure I'll have you back on my show at some point. And hopefully I'll see you at Common Sense and DashCon.
Oh, one last thing. Put a word, like any word that people should type in the comments if they listen up to this point.
Freedom.
Freedom. Type freedom in the comments. Okay, thank you, Joel, for joining. Thanks to the sponsors once again: Orange Rock, Layer 2 Labs, Cake Wallet, Brains Hashpower, and SideShift.ai. I'll see you in the next one.
Bye-bye, everyone.